So in the last section, we looked at Redis, which is a caching system and a persistent database. Now we're going to take a look at Memcached, which is more on just the memory and cache side. All right, so it's a free and open source, high performance, distributed memory object caching system that's generic in nature but is intended for speeding up dynamic web applications by alleviating database loads. So typically it would be used to you'd fetch results from something like MySQL, and then you use Memcached to store those results so that your web page can access them much quicker than if it had to reach into the database. All right, now that's a common use, but it's definitely not the only use. You can use it for page caching, which we'll have a small project in, and you can just use it to share data across an application, across multiple languages. It's a key value store for small chunks of arbitrary data for the most part. It could be strings or objects from results of database calls, API calls, page rendering. And it's similar to Redis, but without the data persistence. Okay, in Redis we saw that we had a couple ways that we could persist data to the disk. Memcached by default doesn't have that capability. There are third-party programs that we could use to do that, but Memcached itself does not. So some of the advantages of Memcached: it's very, very simple and very powerful. It promotes quick design and development. The API is extremely simple. Basically, you can set key values and you can get them. And there's a lot of different clients, a lot of different ways that you can access the data. It solves many problems that face large-scale data caches with complicated systems. The API is available for most popular languages. It uses a distributed system, so clusters of servers can access the same cache. All right, now we're only going to be working with one instance, one database, one server, but you can spread it across many. So Memcached also optimizes the memory on the servers. Memcached allows you to take memory from parts of a system where you have more than enough memory and make it available on systems in areas where you have less than you need. All right, so if you look at this image right here, you can see that without Memcached, we have these separate web servers that have 64 megabytes on each. All right, when used separately, total usable cache is 64 megabytes. With Memcached, however, we can combine this, and total usable cache size would be 128 megabytes. All right, so each node can take memory from other nodes. So who uses Memcached? Well, LiveJournal is a popular website, which is kind of like a social network, I guess. I've never actually used it, but Memcached was created by someone named Brad Fitzpatrick in 2003 for the LiveJournal website. All right, and then it just blew up from there, and now pretty much it's hard to find a popular website or web service that doesn't use Memcached. All right, Twitter, Wikipedia, Facebook, YouTube, WordPress, Craigslist, Flickr, and the list goes on. So accessing Memcached, we can do this many different ways. I'm going to show you how we can connect using Telnet, and we can make basic commands from there to manage our key values. We're also going to take a look at libmemcached tools, or user space tools, which is a set of Linux commands that we can use to manage the cache. And then there's also clients for many different languages. These are just some of them: Python, PHP, Perl, C++, Ruby, and Ruby on Rails, and so on. All right, and we're going to be working with Python and PHP in this section. Gets and sets. So getting and setting key value pairs is extremely easy. In Telnet, we would just say set and then whatever we want to call it. Let's say username. 0 is for the flags. Okay, if we wanted to add flags, we could put it there. And then the time for it to expire, in this case 3600 seconds, which would be an hour, and the bytes that we want, so in this case 4 bytes. And then it'll ask us to set the value, which we'd set to Brad. All right, with Python, we connect using an MC object and then say mc.set, username Brad, PHP, MC set. It's just a different syntax. Username Brad. All right, and then to get in Telnet, we would just say get username. And Python and PHP, we would say MC get and then username. All right. So other common commands that are available, we have add, which is an addition to set. And the only difference with add is that it only sets it if the value isn't already set. All right, so it won't replace it. All right, then of course we have delete, replace, append, prepend, increment, decrement, flush all, which will just get rid of everything that's stored in the cache, and then stats, which will bring up a bunch of important statistics about your system. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get Memcached set up on this Linux Ubuntu machine. Now, it is possible to run Memcached in Windows, but it can be kind of a pain. Most of the time, you'll see Memcached run on Linux anyway. So we're going to go ahead and use Ubuntu, and we're going to install it using the apt-get utility. So I'm going to open up a terminal, and to install it, we're going to say sudo to run as administrator. And then we want to do apt-get install, and we want Memcached. Okay, we're going to have to put our password in, and we'll let that run. Alright, so now it should be installed, and it should actually be running. So to check the status, we can say sudo etc init.d/memcached status. Alright, and if we look, it says active. Okay, so it's active, it's running, started 29 seconds ago. It's running on our local host or our loopback, and we can access it through Telnet on the port of 11211. All right, now by default it allocates 64 megs of RAM, okay, which should be fine. We can also check the memory by saying ps ef grep I and then memc. All right, and if we look right here, you can see it's 64 megs. Okay, so that kind of pretty much gives us the same information. All right, now what I want to do now is try to connect through Telnet. Okay, through a Telnet client. So we're going to say Telnet localhost 11211. Okay, so now we're connected to localhost. All right, and let's say version. Okay, it just shows us the version in the platform or on Ubuntu. And let's say stats. All right, now this is all the important statistics that have to do with our Memcached. All right, I'm not going to go through them all, but you can see we have a PID, we have the uptime, the actual time, the version, what else? The current connections, total connections. Right here we have our get and sets, which are obviously 0 because we haven't done anything yet. Hits and misses, that has to do with basically querying your data. What else? Let's scroll down here. Some of these I don't even know what they are. Bytes written, okay, so it shows us the bytes written to Memcached. Current items, we have 0 items in there. Total items is 0. So this basically gives us all the statistics of a brand new server, a clean server. All right, that's why we see all these zeros. All right, now to escape the Telnet client, we can just say quit, and that'll bring us out. All right, so we now have Memcached installed. In the next video, we're going to look at some commands in Telnet so that we can set some key value pairs. I'll show you how to fetch them, how to append, increment, things like that. Okay, very simple commands. All right, so we'll get into that next. All right, guys, so what we're going to do now is we're going to connect to Memcached using the Telnet client, and we're going to go over some commands, okay, so we can set some key value pairs. So I'm in my terminal here, and I'm going to say telnet, telnet localhost, and we want port 11211. Alright, so we're now connected. So I want to show you how to add a key value pair. There's basically two commands to do that. There's set and there's add. Alright, so for set, we'll do set, and let's say we want to set username, and these parameters are mandatory. The next one is going to be the flags, which we don't have any, so we're going to put 0. The next one is going to be the expiration time, so this is how long you want this key value pair to last. Alright, so let's say we want this to last an hour, so we'll say 3600, alright, because it's in seconds. The next is going to be the number of bytes that you want to set for this key value pair. Alright, so we're going to say 4. Alright, we're going to have 4 characters, so I'm going to just say 4 bytes. Alright, and let's go ahead and type enter. Now notice we didn't set the value for username yet. We're going to do that now. Okay, so for the username, let's say Brad, and now we get stored. Okay, so we've set a key value pair. Username is the key, Brad is the value, and it'll last an hour. Okay, now if we want to get it, we can use the get command. So we'll say get username, and it gives us our value, which is Brad. It also shows us the flags, if there are any, and the bytes. Okay. Now, if we want to get rid of this key value pair, we can simply use delete. So we'll say delete username, and we get deleted. Now, if we were to get username again, we get end, okay, because there's nothing there. It doesn't exist. Now, in addition to in addition to set, we also have add. Now, the difference is that add will store a key value pair in Memcached, but only if the server doesn't already hold data for that key. Alright, so let's go ahead and say add, and we'll create, we'll say age, and we don't want any flags. We'll set the bytes to 2. Whoops, what happened here? Add age. Oh, we didn't set the time. So add 0, 3600, 2. Nope, that didn't work either. Oh, I forgot age. Add age 0, 3600, and 2. Alright, so let's set age to 35. Alright, so now that's stored. And we can say get age, and it shows us that it's 35. And just to show you that the expiration will clear out the key value pair after the time's up, let's say set test 0, and let's set it to 10 seconds. Alright, and we'll set 2 bytes or 4 bytes. Alright, we'll say test. So now let's say get test, and you can see it gives us back test. Now I just want to wait after it's been 10 seconds. Okay, so let's say get test, and we get end. Okay, it's not there anymore. It only lasted 10 seconds. Alright, so back to the age. Okay, so we have this age key, and its value is 35. Alright, now we also have append and prepend. So let's go ahead and say append age. Same thing, we want our flags. We want the time, which we'll say 3600, and 2 bytes. Alright, and let's just do 10. Okay, so now let's go ahead and get age, and it gives us 3510. Okay, it appended 10 onto 35. We also have prepend. So if we say prepend age 0, 3600, 2, and let's say 20. Alright, so now if we say get age, we get 20, 35, 10. All right, so that's append and prepend. We also have replace. So let's say replace age 0 3600 2, and we'll set that back to 35. And now if we say get age, we get 35. All right, we can also increment and decrement these values. So if we say incur age by 2, you can see now it's 37. All right, we'll say decor age by 2 goes back to 35. All right, and then the last command I'm going to show you is flush all, and that'll just basically get rid of everything. All right, now you know what I want to do is I want to add one more thing here. I want to show you one more thing. We'll say add age 0 3600 2, set it to 40. All right, and then I want to do stats. Okay, so now if we go up and we look at, let's see, current items right here, you can see we have one item. All right, total items 7. This counts everything that we've done. All right, even if we've deleted them or cleared them out. So total items 7, current items 1, bytes, okay, is 70. What else? Let's see. I want to look at the gets and sets. Okay, so right here you can see that we've had 8 gets. We'd have 7 sets, 1 flush. Hits is when we get a key value pair and it exists. Misses is when we get it and there's nothing there. All right, delete hits 1, increment, decrement, decrements 1. All right, so it gives us all the stats of what's happened in this Memcached server. All right, so pretty helpful. A lot of good information here. Bytes written, bytes read. All right, so you can see all that stuff. All right, so those are the most common commands that you would use in the Telnet interface. And this is only one way to access Memcached. What I want to do next is I want to install Memcached tools, which allow us to do a lot of the same stuff, but they function more like it would in a typical scripting environment using Memcached clients. All right, so we're going to do that next. All right, so in the last video, we connected to our Memcached server using Telnet, and we were able to add key value pairs, remove them, replace them, and so on. Now I want to introduce another way to work with Memcached, and that's using libmemcached tools. So this is a tool set that we can install that will allow us to do some of the stuff that we did in the Telnet client. We can check key value pairs, we can create them from different sources, run benchmarks, and so on. All right, I'm not going to get into the advanced stuff. I just want to give you a general idea of how some of this stuff works. All right, so let's go ahead and install the libmemcached tools. We're going to say sudo apt-get install libmemcached-tools. Okay, put the password in, and let's say yes. And we should have that installed. All right, so this comes with a whole set of tools. The first one I want to show you is memcstat. All right, and all of these programs start with memc. So let's see, memcstat, and we have to say servers and then localhost. We have to define which Memcached server we want, which obviously we only have one. So if we run that, you'll see that it gives us the same exact thing that the stats command gives us in Telnet. All right, in fact, I'm going to open up another terminal and connect through Telnet. So Telnet localhost 11211. All right, and if we were to say stats, we get the same stuff. All right. Now I just want to flush everything here. I'll say flush all. And over here, I want to say memcdump. Okay, servers localhost. And what that does is it dumps everything out that is in Memcached. All right, now you'll see we do have age here, but if we go over here and we say get age, there's nothing in it. All right, it's just the key. Now I actually want to just restart Memcached to get everything out, even leftover keys and just everything. So to do that, we can say etc.init.d/memcached restart. Whoops, what happened here? Oh, we need sudo. Sudo/etc. Okay, so that restarts Memcached. And you'll see over here we got booted out of Telnet. So let's log back in. All right, and now over here, if we run the dump command, we get nothing. All right, and if we want to look at our stats, and we look at current item 0, total item 0. So restarting Memcached clears everything out. All right, so let's go ahead and let's add that age back. So we'll say, over here we'll say set age 0, 3600 and 2, and we'll set it to 35. Okay, so if we do our dump over here, we get age. Now if we want to check that value, we can use memcached. Alright, so let's say memcached servers localhost age. Alright, and that gives us 35. If we want to remove it, we can do that as well with memcrm. Say age. Okay, so let's do our memcached again, and we get error on age not found. Alright, and if we go over here and we say get age, we get nothing. Okay, so we cleared that out. Now, we also have a command called memccp, and what that does is it can copy files for us and add the file name as a key and then the contents as a value. Alright, so what I'm going to do in here is I'm going to generate 1,000 files. Alright, so we can do that by saying for I in. I'm going to use our backticks right here, and inside here we'll say seq for sequence, and let's say 1,000. Alright, and then we're going to say do echo $I, and I want to create files that are called book and then the number. Okay, so we'll use that $I, and then we'll say done. Alright, now if we go to, actually I wanted to do that in a different directory, not in my home directory, but that's alright. So we have all these files now, book 1, book 2, and so on. And if we were to open that up, you can see it just has the number inside. Alright, that's what this command did for us. Now what I want to do is I want to take all of these files and I want to add their names as keys and then the contents as values. Alright, so what we can do is we can say memccp servers localhost, and let's say book, and then we're going to use a star. Alright, so let's run that. And now if we were to run memcstat, and let's look at, let's see, right here, current items, 1,000. Okay, so we now have 1,000 items. And if we do a dump, memcdump, oops, localhost, and now we have all of these keys, all of these values. Alright, so let's do memcached servers localhost, and we'll say book 33. Okay, and that gives us the value of 33, and we can go over here to Telnet and say get book 33, and it gives us 33. All right. Now putting this stuff in Memcached and outputting it is going to be much faster than if we were to use the file system and say cat book like that. All right. We can't tell because it's too fast either way, but it is in fact faster loading it from memory. All right, so those are just some examples of some things we can do with the libmemcache tools. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stop the video here, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to integrate Memcached with Python, which is a high-level general-purpose programming language. All right, now we're using Linux Ubuntu, so you should have Python installed. So let's say Python --version, and you can see I have version 2.7.12 installed. All right, now what we want to do is install Python Memcache. So let's say sudo apt-get install Python-memcache. Okay, and it's Memcache, no D at the end. Say yes. All right, now we're going to be working within the Python shell, so let's just say Python, and that opens up the shell program. All right, now before we can actually use Memcache, we need to import it. So let's say import Memcache. All right, so we should be able to use it. We need to connect to our client, so let's say mc equals memcache.client, and in here we want to put some brackets, and we're going to put our host, which is 127.0.0.1, and that's going to be port 11211. All right, and then we're just going to add a second parameter here of debug equals 0. All right, so now we should be able to use that MC object. All right, so first thing we'll do is let's set a value. So we can say mc.set, and let's say we want to set, actually, you know what, the first thing I want to run is mc flush all. All right, because I want to flush everything that's in there. All right, then we'll do mc.set. Let's say we want to set name, and we want to set that as John Doe. Okay, and you can see it gives us back true. Now to get that, .get name, and we get John Doe. All right, and we can put that inside a variable if we want. We can say username equals mc.get. Okay, and then if we say print username, we get John Doe. Now we can also delete. So if we say mc.delete name and then mc.get name, it's no longer there. If we say print username, that is still there. Okay, it gets put in the variable, and then we can go ahead and delete the version in the cache, and this will stay. All right, now I'm going to open up another terminal, and let's log into Telnet. Okay, and whatever we save here is we can access from Telnet as well, and vice versa. So if we say set test and set it for 3600 and 2 or 4, and then over here we say mc.get test, we get test. All right. If we do mc.set age, and let's set that to 40, and then over here we can say get age, and we get 40. All right, we can also use the increment, the anchor and decker as well. So mc.anchor age Okay, brings us to 41. We can also say Decker and brings us back to 40. Alright, now if we want to set multiple values, we can do that as well, or multiple key value pairs with mc.set underscore multi, and then in here we want to pass in an object using curly braces, and let's say name. Set that to Sam Smith. Email. And let's do age. Oops. Age we'll set to 30. Alright, and now if we do, let's say, mc.get name, we get Sam Smith. If we do mc.get email, we can get his email. Alright, so we can also get multiple values at once. So if we say mc.get multi, oops, and then what we want to do is pass in an array of the fields we want. Let's say name, email, and age. Run that, and you can see it gives us an object with those values. Alright, we can also set a variable to that. So if we say user equals mc.set, or I'm sorry, get multi, and we'll put that in name, email, and age. Whoops, what happened here? Get multi takes, oh, we forgot the brackets. Alright, so now we can run things like, we can say user.keys, and you can see that gives us the keys. We can say user.values, gives us the values. We can get individual values. If we say, for instance, user name or user email, we can do that as well. In addition to adding and getting multiple values, we can delete multiple values. So if we say mc.delete, and in here, I'm sorry, delete underscore multi, I can't spell, multi, and let's say we want to delete email and age. So if we do mc.get email, that's gone. mc.get name should still be there. Alright, now if we do user.values, those are going to stay there because once they're set, they're set. Alright, so this is the working in the Python shell, but all the syntax is the exact same if you were to create single files or Python files. Alright, so hopefully you enjoyed this. Just another way to work with Memcached, and in the next video I want to experiment with Memcached and PHP. Alright, so now we're going to be using Memcached with PHP. Alright, so we're actually going to build a small project which will be a simple page caching system. Okay, so we're going to basically store the contents from a PHP page. We'll store all the HTML inside of a key value pair, and then we'll load it from the cache. Alright, which is a lot faster than loading it from the file system on the server. So first thing we need to do is install PHP, and we also want to install Apache. So let's go ahead and say sudo apt-get install, and we want to install Apache 2. Say yes. Alright, so that's all set. Now let's install PHP. We're going to install PHP 7. So let's say sudo apt-get install, and we want PHP 7.0, and we also want lib Apache 2 -mod -php 7.0. Alright, so now let's go to our browser here, and we'll say localhost, and there's our Apache landing page. Now what we'll do is, let's say sudo, actually let's cd into var www html. Alright, and if we list the contents, you can see we have an index.html page. That's what we're looking at here. Alright, now what I want to do is create a new directory. So I'm going to say make dir, and we'll call this, let's just call it website. Permission denied, we need to do sudo. Alright, and then I'm just going to change the owner of this folder to my logged in user, which is Brad. So for that, I'm going to say sudo chown, and then the name of the folder, which is website, and my account is Brad. Invalid user, oh, I got that backwards. So Brad website. Okay, so now should be able to access it through the file manager. If we go to computer, var www html website. Alright, and from here we can create a new document, and let's call this index.php. Okay, so we're going to open that up with gedit, and from here let's put in a PHP tag, and let's just say echo test. Alright, I'm going to change the tab width to 4. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and then if we go to localhost/website, we now get test. Alright, let me increase the font a little bit here. Alright, so that should be good. Okay, so we have PHP set up. Now we need to install the PHP Memcache. Alright, so let's go over here and say sudo apt-get install php -memcache. Alright, so that's installed. Now we want to go back to index.php, and let's get rid of that. And what we're going to do is set a variable called MC, and we're going to set that to new memcache, just like that. Then we need to call connect, so we'll say MC connect, and in here we'll put our loopback address, and we want port 11211. Okay, so excuse me, so we should be able to connect. If we save that and reload, let's see, why is that happening? Unable to handle the request. Let's see. So I think that we need to restart Apache. So we're going to say system ctl restart Apache 2. And let's try that. Okay, so now we get no errors. Good. Alright, so we can use basically the same API that we've been using. We can get, we can set. So let's go ahead and just add a key value pair. Let's say MC, and we're going to use set, and let's set name to John Doe. Alright, so if I go ahead and I run that, obviously we don't see anything because we're just setting it, but I'm going to actually open up another terminal here, and let's go into Telnet. let's say get name, and we get John Doe. Alright, now we can get it as well here. So let's say MC, actually we'll set it to a variable. We'll say name equals MC get name, and then let's do echo name. Okay, we'll save it, reload, and we get John Doe. Okay, so that's how we can use Memcache in PHP. Very, very simple. Alright, now I'm going to just comment this stuff out right here because we don't need it. Oops. Okay, and then what we'll do is let's set a variable called profile page, and we're going to set this to MC get, and it was say get profile underscore page dot php. That's going to be the name of the key. Alright, and then what we want to do is test for it to see if it's there. Alright, and then we want an else. Okay, so we're going to say if profile page, then we simply want to echo it out. Okay, else, if it's not there, then we want to do a couple things. First, we're going to echo out that this is not the cached version. Alright, and if we were to look at that now, you'll see we get not cached. Okay, so then what we want to do is proceed to grab the contents of profile page.php, which we haven't created yet, but we will. Alright, so let's create file name, and that's going to be, we'll put it inside of an inc directory for includes, and then say profile underscore page.php. Alright, now when we're working with files, we need to create a handle. So we're going to say handle, and then we need to set that to the fopen function. And we can pass in here the file name. Alright, and then we also want to add an R here, okay, so we can read it. Then what we'll do is create a contents variable and set that to fread, which is another PHP file function. And in here we pass in handle, and we want to pass in file size, and then pass in the file name here. Alright, and that'll give us the contents of the file. So for now, let's say echo contents. Alright, so we'll save that, and then let's go into our directory, create a new folder called inc. Inside there, we'll create a document, and let's call this profile page.php. I'll open that up, and I just want to put some standard HTML in here. Oops. Okay, so inside the head, we'll put title. We'll just say my profile. This isn't going to have any PHP. It's just going to be straight HTML. Alright, so in the body, we'll just put an H1. We'll say my profile. And then I'll just put a paragraph. And this will be the rest of the page. Alright, it doesn't really matter what's on this page. So let's go ahead and reload. Alright, so looks like we might have to restart Apache again. Let's see if that works. And okay, so it's not. Let's see. Oh, I have a backtick in there for some reason. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so what's happening is we're checking for this value here, or this key, and it's not existing because you can see it says not cached up here. So what we're doing is just pulling the file contents and then just echoing them out. Alright, now what we want to do is we don't want to just echo out the contents. We want to put this into the value of this key. Alright, and then and then display that. So let's comment out the echo contents, and then we're just going to say MC set. Okay, we're going to set this as profile page.php, and then we want to just throw the contents in there, and we're going to set 0 flags, and let's set it for 30 seconds. Alright, and then we simply want to echo that out. So echo MC get. And this will be profile page.php. Okay, so let's save it. Now if I reload, it says not cached. I reload again, that goes away. Okay, because it loads up and then it goes into the cache. Alright, and it'll stay in there for 30 seconds. You can see as I reload, we don't get the not cache message. Alright, so it's coming from cache, and this would, if we were having, you know, thousands and thousands, millions of hits on this website, this page would load very fast because it's in cache. It's not being loaded off the file system, off the server. Alright, now you can see 30 seconds have passed, so it's not cached anymore. But if I reload it again, it gets cached again because this runs again. Alright, if I were to set this to, let's say, 5 seconds, every 5 seconds it should be not cached. Keep reloading here. Can I save it? There we go. Oh, I missed it. There we go. Okay, so every 5 seconds it gets deleted, but then we reload it, it gets ran again. Alright, so that's a very minimal page caching system. And you can imagine the possibilities that you can do with this. I mean, you could put objects into these key value pairs. You could fetch data from a database, which is a really common task, to fetch data from a database and then put the results in the cache, and they'll load a lot faster. Alright, so that's it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this, and I'll see you next time. Okay, so the next development tool to add to your toolbox is Markdown. So Markdown is a markup language with plain text formatting syntax designed so that it can be converted to HTML and many other formats using a tool by the same name. So Markdown is used to format README files, online discussion forums, and creating rich text using a plain text editor. Alright, it has a lot of other uses as well, but these are some of the more popular. So when we view a GitHub repository in a browser, the README file that you see on the screen is actually a Markdown file. And if you've worked with GitHub and Git, as we did in the past in this course, you probably remember that we had a .md, a readme.md file, and that had a little bit of Markdown in it. Alright, they use .md for file extensions as well as .markdown. So readability is key. It's the key design goal of Markdown, to have a language that looks pretty much like just a plain English document by using a plain text format. It can optionally be converted into HTML or XHTML formats. There's no tag syntax like HTML, and it uses very minimal punctuation, symbols, and characters. Alright, unlike languages like RTF, rich text format, and HTML. So there's also lightweight markup languages that extend Markdown, and they add features like tables, footnotes, definition lists, as well as using Markdown inside of HTML blocks. And some examples of these technologies include Markdown Extra, multi-markdown, and the pandoc markdown extension. So let's take a quick look at some of the syntax. So in this column we have text using markdown. In this column we have corresponding HTML produced by a markdown processor. So this is just the HTML version. And then we have the text that's actually viewed in the browser. Alright, so we all know HTML. We have an H1 tag here with a heading, an H2, and an H3. Now to represent these headings using markdown, all we have to do is add the number sign, number symbol. Alright, and that'll give us an H1, or heading, the largest heading. To do an H2 size heading, we would use 2. For 3, we would use 3, and so on. Alright, so there's no tags, there's nothing wrapping it, it's just the one symbol or the couple symbols at the beginning. Paragraphs are separated by a blank line. Alright, and you can see here it says 2 spaces at the end of a line, leave a line break, or a BR tag. Here we have text attributes, so we have italic, bold, monospace. You can see we're just using this underscore syntax. We can create a horizontal rule with these 3 dashes right here. You can see that will create an HR tag. For bullet lists, we can use asterisks. Okay, so this is going to look like this in HTML. Number lists, we just use simple numbers. Alright, and then a link, we put the text that we want for the link inside brackets, and then the actual location or the URL we put in parentheses. Alright, so this is what all that would look like in a browser. So Markdown can be created with any text editor such as Notepad or Sublime Text or even complicated IDEs. But there are tools and editors that are geared toward Markdown code. Alright, Texts is a tool that's available for Windows and Mac. It looks much like Notepad. It's very simple. There's not too many options. There's no live preview or anything like that. But it's something very simple. WriteMonkey is a tool for Windows only and has a very clean and simple interface and does have split screen capabilities. HaruPad is for Windows, Mac, and Linux. It's cross-platform. It's full-featured, has a split screen, code highlighting, etc. MarkPad is Windows only. MarkPad is probably the worst on this list because it doesn't really have many features and it is in fact a little buggy. Markdown Pad 2, however, is one of the first Markdown editors created, and it does have a lot of different features. I believe there's a professional premium version and a free version available, and it's also Windows only. Alright, so in this video we're going to create kind of a cheat sheet for Markdown. Okay, all the basic syntax so that you can have this document and you can refer to it when you want to use Markdown. Alright, so let's start with the headings, and each section I'm going to put a level 2 heading at the top. So this is going to be headings. Alright, so let's start with an H1. So we're going to put one number sign and say heading 1. Okay, that's the largest. Then we'll do the 2. Say heading 2. Then 3. 4. 5. And 6. Alright, so those are the 6 different heading sizes. Alright, next thing I want to look at is text formatting. Alright, so let's grab some text. I'm just going to go to lipsum.com, which will just generate some dummy text for us. We'll just say generate, and we'll just grab this, copy it, and let's paste it in here. And it's basically just a paragraph. Alright, so let's say we want to make some of this bold. We want to make this text right here bold. So all we have to do is surround it in double asterisks. Okay, so we'll put that there, and now you can see down here that it's bold. Alright, let me see if I can make this bigger, this text, so you guys can see it properly. Let's see, editor, font size, say 16, let's do 18. Alright, that looks good. So that's bold text. Now, if we want to italicize it, we can do that as well. Let's say we want from here to here, and all we have to do is use a single asterisk, and you can see now this is italicized. Now, what if we want it italic and bold? We can do that as well. So we can put double asterisk and then an underscore, and then same on this side. And now you can see that it's bold and italic. Alright, if we want to put a line through, we can surround it in this del tag like this. And that'll put a line through it. Alright, so that's some examples of some text formatting. Okay, next let's take a look at links. So links are really easy. Let's say we have a click here and we want it to link to google.com. Well, the text that you want in the link, you just want to surround that in brackets. Whoops, square brackets, not curly brackets. And then right after that, we'll open up some parentheses, and that's where we put our link. Okay, so now you can see down here, this is a link to google.com. Images are very similar. So for images, we want an exclamation and then some brackets. We can put a title in here. We'll say my image, and then the image link will go in parentheses. And I'm just going to grab a link right here and paste this in. Alright, and now you can see that we have the image showing up. Next we have lists. Okay, so for our lists, we want to use asterisks, so we'll say item 1, item 2, item 3, and item 4. And if we look down here, we have a nice list. If we want to use sub-items, we can do that as well. We just want to indent, put another asterisk, and we'll say sub-item 1, sub-item 2, and so on. So you can see that it's nested in there and it's indented over. Alright. So for ordered lists, we can just say 1, just like that. Okay, and that gives us an ordered list. And if we wanted to put, let's say, a bullet in here, we could do that. Okay, just go like that. Alright, and there should always be a space after the asterisk. Alright, so those are lists. And the last thing I'm going to show you is a code block. Okay, we can actually have code and format it nice. If you've used GitHub before, then you've probably used this. Alright, so we want to use 3 backticks. So 1, 2, 3. Down here, we want to end it with 1, 2, 3. And in here, let's put a function. Okay, and we'll just say that function will take in a param, and let's name it. We'll call it myfunc. And in here, we'll just console.log param. Alright, and that gives us a little code block. Now we can even specify the language. So if we go right after the 3 backticks and we say JavaScript, you'll see that now it's gonna use code highlighting, and it's going to use JavaScript formatting. Alright, we can also say Java, which these aren't much different, but PHP, you'll see the coloring is a little different. Alright, so that's how we can add code blocks. Okay, so these are all the basics. Now let's go ahead and save this, and we can save as an MD file. So I'll just save this as cheatsheet.md. You can save it to the desktop. Now we can also export it. So if we say export and then HTML, desktop. Alright, so now we have it exported as an HTML file, and if we open that with, let's open it with Sublime first. Alright. Wait, that's not it. Where'd it go? Alright, so that's the MD. Oh, the HTML one's right here. Let me bring in the HTML one that we just exported, and you can see it has all the styles to format it, which is a lot, and then it has all the HTML, and it's not nicely indented, but it should in fact open up and look okay in the browser. So let's do that, and this is what it looks like. Now there's a couple other more advanced elements that I want to show you. There's a task list, and there's also tables that we can use in Markdown. So in the next video, we're going to create a little project. We're just going to create a little task list with a table of users. Alright, so in this video, I want to show you a couple other things. I want to show you the task list and tables in Markdown. So we're going to create a very simple document here. It's going to be just a table of clients as well as a simple task list. Alright, so let's go ahead and put a heading up here, and we'll just say client management, and we'll put a paragraph. We'll just say a list of current clients, and this is going to be the table first. So we want a couple columns. Let's do first name, and then we're going to separate it with a pipe character. So first name, last name, phone, and email. Alright, let me capitalize that. Alright, so first name, last name, phone, and email. And down here, let's create some names. We'll say John, and then we're going to separate. Actually, you know what? Before we do that, we need to add some hyphens like that, and then put a pipe character, and then add some other ones on the other side. And now you can see we have some table headings. Alright, and I believe this has to be the same length, so let's go like that. Okay, there we go. Now it's the headings. So let's put in John for first name, and then separate it with a pipe, and you'll see that it's now forming a table. Okay, so first name, then we'll do the last name, and then the phone, and email. Alright, so that's how we can create a table. Let's go ahead and just copy this. We'll just change this up a little bit. Okay, and put another one here. Say Kathy Johnson. KJ, and then one more. Let's do Derek. Let's say Derek Williams. Alright, so there's our table. Okay, pretty easy. And then underneath that, let's put a task list. So we'll give it a H3, and we'll say, let's say today's tasks. Okay, and what we have to do here is do a hyphen and some brackets, and put a space in between the brackets, and you can see we already have a checkbox. Alright, and then next to that, let's say we want to call John Doe about project. Okay, so there's one, and you can see when we enter down, it's going to just create this again for us. So for this one, let's say meeting with Kathy at 2 p.m. We'll add another one. Let's say meeting with Derek at 4 o'clock p.m. And then we'll say go home. Alright, so we have some tasks. Now if we want to check these off, we can actually do it from over here by putting an X inside of it. You can see that this one is now checked off. If I do it to this one, that one gets checked off. And if we uncheck it here, this view over here, you can see the X will be removed and replaced. So that's pretty cool. Alright. Now if we want to take it a step further with these emails, we could add a mail to link to them as well. So if we want to put the actual email in brackets like that, and then let's copy it, and then we'll open up a set of parentheses, and in here we're going to say mail to colon and then paste that in. Alright, and that'll open the mail client that the user has on their computer. So we'll do the same thing here. So mail to colon mail to. Okay, then we'll grab this one, brackets. Alright, so I think that is about it. And let's put an HR at the bottom. So if we put 3 hyphens, you can see that puts a line there. And just to show you, we can format it differently. If we want to do 3 asterisks, you can see it gives us that. I think if we do underscores, it gives us that formatting. So we'll just leave that, that's fine. And then we're going to just save this. I'm going to save it as a markdown file. Let's just call it clientlist.md. And then I also want to export it as HTML. Okay, so there's the MD, there's the HTML. If we take a look at that, you can see we have a bunch of styling, a lot of styling. And then down here we have our H2, we have the table, okay, the mail to links, the list items, checkbox, and then we even have a footer and a horizontal rule. Alright, so if we open that with the browser, that's what it looks like. Alright, we have the check marks as well that we can check off. Alright, awesome. So that's going to be it for this video, and I will see you in the next one. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to use Markdown with Node.js using the marked package or marked module. Alright, this is the GitHub page, and as I mentioned to you before, these help files are in Markdown. You can see the name of this is readme.md. Okay, so they have their own little styling, of course, and you can see these are code blocks. We have our different headings and so on, block quotes. So we're going to go ahead and set up a folder here in projects, and I'm just going to call it, let's call it MD app. Okay, we're going to open up git bash command line here. Alright, and let's go ahead and generate a package.json file with npm init. And let's just go through this. The entry point is going to be app.js. Alright, so that'll create a package.json file. Next thing we want to do is install our dependencies. So we're going to say npm install, and we want to install express and marked. I believe those are the only two. And then we'll do -- save. We are going to use the path module and the file system module, but those are both core modules. We don't have to install them. Alright, so now let's go to our directory. Where is it? Right here. And let's create the app.js file. Alright, and we're going to open that up. And let's just bring in Express and the rest of our modules. Okay, so we'll say Express require Express. We also want to bring in marked. We want to bring in path. And the FS module, which is the file system module. Oops. Require FS. Alright. So now what we want to do is create a variable called app and set that to Express. Now let's go ahead and create a route. We'll say app.get to the home page. Okay, the function is going to get a request response, and for now let's just say res.send, and we'll just say hello. Okay, and finally we need to do app.listen. We want to listen on port 8000. And let's just do a console log, and we'll just say server started. Alright, so we should now be able to start this. Let's say node app, and we get server started, and if we go to localhost port 8000, nope, I didn't spell that right. And we get hello. Alright, so now let's just let's do a console.log, and this will be in the command line, and we should be able to use marked, and we'll wrap some text. We'll say I am using markdown, and let's wrap this right here in double underscores. Alright, and then let's go ahead and save that. And we're going to reload the server. Alright, now if we reload the page, it'll activate that route. And you can see down here, it is now a paragraph, and where we have the underscores, we have strong tags. Alright, so we know that it's taking markdown and it's translating it into HTML. Alright, now I want to not just put markdown inside here, but I want to create a file, and I want to be able to load that file in the browser. So let's create a folder called markdown, and inside here we're going to create a file called index.md. Alright, and we'll open that up with Sublime Text. Let me see. Oh, that's the wrong one. Alright, so in here we're going to write some markdown. Let's put a heading, and we'll just say hello world. Then we'll put a paragraph. This page is written in markdown using the marked module for node.js. And then let's just add some stuff in here. Let's wrap marked in asterisks. We'll make that bold. Whoops. And let's see, node.js will make italic with 1 asterisk. And let's do a list. So we'll put another heading here. We'll put an H3 and say list. And let's go like that. We'll say item 1, item 2, and item 3. Alright, and we'll save that as index.md. Now we're going to go back to our app.js file, and we're going to use the path module here. Let's comment this out and take that out. So let's bring in, we'll say var path, and we're going to set it to double underscore dir name. Okay, we want to use the current directory and then go into /markdown. Whoop, I don't want that. /markdown /index.md. Alright, and then let's create a variable called file, and we'll set that to fs.read file, and we're going to pass in the path variable, and the character set, we'll say UTF-8, and then a function. Okay, this function will take in error and data, and then down here let's check for the error. Okay, if there is an error, then let's just console.log it. And then after the if, we're just going to say res.send, and we want to say marked, and then just pass in here data.toString. Okay, we'll output it as a string, and that should do it. Let's save, and then we're going to restart the server. Alright, now let's go back and reload. And there it is. Let's see, the list isn't, oh, let's put a space right there. There we go. Alright, so you can see the markdown is working. If we do a Control U, you can see that it's perfect HTML. We have an H2. It even has an ID of Hello World, a paragraph, an H3 with the ID of list, UL with all the LIs, and that's it. Alright, so that's how you can use Markdown with Node.js. So now we're going to jump into a new technology that we haven't used yet, and that's Sass. So Sass stands for Syntactically Awesome Style Sheets, and it's a CSS Preprocessor, which is a scripting language that extends CSS by allowing developers to write code in one language and compile it to CSS. Now, the language is nearly identical to CSS with the addition of some extra functionality. So don't look at this as learning a whole new language. As long as you know basic CSS, which you should if you've been following along in this course, then you should be fine. So Sass files can use a .sass or a .scss file extension. SCS is more common, and that's what we'll be working with. Sass isn't the only CSS precompiler or preprocessor. There's also Less and Stylus, which are pretty popular also. So what can Sass do? That's the magic question. Sass basically turns a style sheet language, CSS, into a programming language which has logic. Alright, first of all, one of the most helpful features is variables. We can set variables just like we do in JavaScript or PHP or any other real programming language. We may have a header, a footer, and a body background that all have the same color. If we wanted to change that color, we'd have to update it in multiple places. But with Sass, we can provide one variable, and we can update that one variable and have it change in all those places at once. So that's extremely helpful. We can also nest styles, just like we do with HTML tags. We can now nest CSS declarations. Partials, we can include Sass files in other Sass files, and we do this by importing them. Partials have to start with an underscore. We also have something called mix-ins, which are basically functions that can be called throughout the file. Okay, so we can bunch CSS declarations together and run them at once. We can extend and inherit styles between selectors, and finally we can perform operations and calculations. So these are all things that CSS by itself can't do, but with Sass we can do all this stuff. So variables, we can use them in our CSS code or in our Sass code as we would in a true programming language. Variables in Sass have to start with the money sign symbol, and here's an example down here. You can see we have a variable called font stack. We're setting it to Helvetica sans serif, and we also have a primary color variable which is set to the hexadecimal value 333. And then down here in our styles we have our font where we're saying we want it to be 100%. And then we're also inserting this variable, which is the Helvetica sans serif. Alright, and then the color has the primary color. So we could reuse this variable all across styles, all throughout the page, all throughout the website. Nesting, we can now nest CSS styles like we would HTML elements. For example, we have a nav here. Okay, so inside the nav we have a UL, and we also have an LI and an a link. Alright, so you can see it's nested inside of the style. And it's obviously this will get all the ULs that are in the nav. Same thing here, all the LIs and all the A tags that are in the nav. Partials and importing. We can create modular files to include in other SAS files, and this makes things really easy to maintain. Alright, a partial is simply a SAS file named with a leading underscore. And we can import these files using the double slash here, the double forward slash. So in this example, we have a file, and we're including this underscore reset.scss file at the top. Mix-ins, so we can group together CSS declarations to be used throughout the site. Values can even be passed into a mix-in, just like a function parameter, and it is essentially a CSS function. So this example here, we have a mix-in called border radius, pass in a radius, and then we're going to assign it to these values here. Alright, and then down here, inside the box class, we're including that mix-in. So you can see this stuff is pretty easy as far as the syntax. We also have extending and inheritance, so we can extend properties from one selector to another. So in this example, we have a message class that has a border, padding, and color, and then we have a success, which we want to have all the same stuff. We just want to add an additional color, so we can actually extend message here and include everything. All right, and then just add an additional border color. All right, we do the same thing with this error and warning. So operators, basically standard math operators that are available in SAS. If we look at this example here, this style, we want the width here. We're using 600 pixels, and then we're using the divided by 960 pixels multiplied by 100%. All right, same thing down here. So we can use these simple math operators. Now there's a few ways to compile SAS, because obviously the browser can't read SAS or SCSS files. It has to get compiled down to CSS. Alright, so we can basically use three different methods. Say we can use applications such as CodeEdit, Compass.app, Koala, Scout, GhostLab. Some of these are free, some of them are paid. And they're just programs that will run on our Windows machine or on Linux or Mac. And we can just add a folder or add a project and then just have it compile the SAS files. We can also use the command line. We can use it on Linux, Windows, and Mac. You do need Ruby installed for that. And then we can also have it compile at runtime using a task runner like Grunt or Gulp, and we're going to get into those in the next section. Alright, so we're not going to do that just yet, but we will be doing it later on in the course. Hey guys, we're going to go ahead and set up our compiler. As I told you, there's a couple ways we can do it. We can do it through the command line. We can do it at runtime using a task runner with our script, or we can use an application, which is what we're doing now. Alright, Koala is a free program. I think there are some paid features if you want, but we can do what we need it to do for free, so we're going to go ahead and download it. Alright, I'm going to click download again. It should start up. Google Drive can't scan this for viruses. I'm going to download anyway and click save. Okay, and we'll choose to open this when it's done. We'll run it. Okay, we're just going to go through the setup wizard here. Program files, that's fine. Next, I'm going to choose to create a desktop icon. Alright, so that's all set. Let's click to launch Koala. Okay, it should be opening up. Alright, so there it is. Very simple interface. What we're going to do is, let's see, I'm going to create a project folder. So I'll go into C drive. And let's go into projects, and we'll create a new folder. And I'm just going to call it my template. And inside there, we're going to create a folder called SCSS. and inside there we're going to create a file, and we're going to call it style.scss. Alright, and then let's create next to it a folder called CSS. Alright, now let's go over to Koala and click the plus sign, and then let's choose the location that we just created the folder in, which is in Projects, My Template, and then we're going to choose the SCSS folder. Alright, notice that the style.css is now showing here. Now I want to change the output path. By default, it's going to be the same folder. You can see it's already created them. So what we're going to do is right click and say set output path, and we're going to go to the CSS folder and save that. Actually, I think we have to create the actual file, so we'll create style.css. Alright, let's see if we can choose that. Yes. Alright, so now let's delete the map file and the SCSS. I'm sorry, the map file and the CSS file that were created already. And it should be auto-compiling. Let's go ahead and click compile, success. Now we didn't have any code in there to begin with, so let's add something. So we'll just put in body, we'll say background red. Save that. Now let's go over to CSS and let's open up style.css, and there it is, background red. Alright, now let's add a variable in here. So we should be able to say background, and we'll set that to blue. And then down here we'll set it to background. Save it. Now let's go over to the compiled, which is in CSS, and there we go, blue. Okay, so you can see it's just perfectly valid CSS. So now that we have that set up, in the next video we'll start to get into some of the syntax, and we'll move on to create a small project. Alright guys, so here's what I want to do for the rest of this section. In this video we're going to just go over all of the fundamentals of Sass, variables, importing, partials, nesting, things like that. And then in the next part we're going to build a project. We're going to create a template, and we're going to make it look really nice, and then we're going to implement Sass. Okay, so first we'll create the basic HTML CSS template, and then we'll implement Sass and all of its features. Alright, so we're going to continue working in the My Template folder that we created. We have a SCSS file, and we have the compiled CSS, and we have Koala running right now. So I'm going to create an index HTML in this, just so we have something to look at. Alright, and let's open that up. Okay, so we'll open that up, and let's also open the SCSS file. Okay, so in the index HTML, let's just put in some standard HTML tags here. We'll say my template, and let's just put an H1 for now. Okay, and we want to link the CSS file. Okay, make sure it's the CSS, not the SCSS, because the browser won't know what to do with that. So let's say style.css, and I think it's in the CSS folder. So let's save it, and then we should be able to open it up. Open it with Chrome, and there we go. Alright, so we still have that blue. So we saw how variables work. Let's create another variable here, and we'll just call it color, and we'll set that to white, and then let's give the body a color, and we'll set it to the color variable. Reload, and there we go. Okay, we might want to change, you might want to have something like the font. Okay, so we'll have a variable called font, and we'll set that to the font family of Arial, And then down here, we'll set that to font. Okay, that should change it. So let's take a look at importing and partials. Alright, so in our SCSS folder, let me just grab that real quick. That's not it. Okay, so we're going to, let's see, SCSS, we're going to create a new file here. And remember, partials have to begin with an underscore. So we're going to say underscore, and we'll call this variables.scss. Alright, and then let's open that up. And in here, I'm just going to grab these, and we'll cut them, put them in here, and save it. Okay, now if we go and we save this and reload, we're going to get an error. Okay, and we also get this error that pops up from Koala. And it's just saying that there's an undefined variable background. Okay, it's looking at this and it doesn't know what it is because we deleted the variables that were up here. So what we want to do is import the partial of underscore variables. So all we have to do is say at import, and we should be able to just say variables.scss, and let's save it, and now it's back. Alright, now notice we didn't put the underscore here. If I do that and we reload, oh, that works too, but you don't have to have the underscore, okay, because it automatically knows that it's a partial. Alright, so that's how we can do that. Now you may want to break up your CSS into different files. For instance, maybe header.scss, where you have all the header CSS, footer, main, whatever you want to do really. You can break it up however you'd like. Alright, so now I want to take a quick look at nesting. So let's say we have a nav, and inside there we'll put a UL, and then some LIs. Okay, actually we may want to have a link here. Oops. 2, 3, 4. Alright. So we have this nav, we actually can't see. Let's change the variable. Let's change the background to white. And let's change the color. We'll just change the color back to black. Okay, just keep it simple. What it looks like doesn't matter. I just want to show you the functionality. Alright, so normally if we want to style, let's say the LIs here, what we would do is we'd start with the nav and then UL, LI, and let's say we want a background and some padding. Okay, if we save that, margin. Alright, and then maybe for the UL, we want to take away the list item, the list style, and set padding to 0, margin to 0. Alright, and then maybe for the nav itself, maybe we want the font size, font size 18 pixels. Okay, so that's how we would normally do it. Now with nesting, what we can do is instead of having these styles here, we can actually nest them inside. So we can put a UL here, and we'll grab this. Alright, and then we can put the LI. So we'll grab that. And then we can get rid of this. Save it, and it should look the exact same. Okay, so we can nest styles within each other just like we do with the HTML. So we can match our CSS structure with our HTML. You see we have the nav, we have the UL, we have the LI, and then we have the link. Okay, we can do the same thing here. And if we want the link, we could go like that, and let's say text decoration none, and set the color to gray. And there we go. Okay, so you can match your HTML structure with your CSS structure, which is really helpful and just clean. It's clean code in general. All right, we can also do calculations. So, for instance, let's say for the nav, we want to set a width. So we could set it to something like 400 pixels. Okay, so now it's 400 pixels, and we can actually add here. We can say 400 pixels plus 100 pixels. And reload, and you can see that now it's 500. Alright, so we can use math in our CSS now. Another thing we can do is if statements. So let's say we have a variable in here, and we'll call it style nav, and we'll set it to 1. Alright, and then in here, if we want, we could say if we want to use an @ symbol, and then say if style nav is equal to 1, then we want this to work. Alright, so if we save that and reload, it's the same. Now let's go back and change this to 0. Save it, reload, and now it's not styled anymore. Alright, so we can have logic inside of our CSS, which is really helpful. Another really helpful feature is the extend feature. Alright, so let's go back and let's set this back to 1 so that it's styled. Alright, and let's say we want to have a couple different classes where the backgrounds of these LIs are different colors. Alright, actually, you know what? Let's do the heading. That might be easier. So we'll take the H1, and let's say we want to add maybe a border to the bottom of, let's say, 5 pixels, and the color will be red, and we'll set it to solid. Okay, now let's say we want to have different classes for the different colors. So for instance, we'll have an H1. Actually, you know what? Let's add some other stuff here as well. We'll change the font size. Oh. So font size we'll set to 33 pixels. We'll change the font family to Tahoma. Alright, so that's good. Now let's say we want a class called h1.blue. Alright, and all we want to do here is change the border color. Okay, so we want to change the border color to blue. And let's save that. We also want H1 red. So we want to change that to red. Now, normally what we would have to do is either add a separate class for the other stuff, the font size and all that, or we would have to take this and put that in both of these like that. Alright, and then we want to change, actually we don't need this anymore. So then we need to change this to H1 class equals red. Okay, and we should be able to change it to blue as well. Okay, we might want more colors as well. Now, instead of having to repeat ourselves with this, we can create kind of a base class for ourselves. So let's say header, and actually let's change it to heading. We can take this stuff, all this except for the color, and we can cut that, put it in here. Okay, and then cut this and then we can just extend this heading class into here. So let's say at extend and then dot heading. Okay, we'll do the same down here. So that cuts out some code and cuts out repeating ourselves. So let's try and reload, and now you'll see that it's still there. If we change this to red, save it, reload, and there it's red. Alright, so that can be very helpful as well, and it can really clean up your CSS. Now the last thing I want to show you is a mixin. Okay, a mixin is basically a CSS function. So to declare this, let's go up here, and let's say at mixin, and we're going to call this border radius, and these can actually take in parameters just like a function. So we'll pass in radius. Alright, and then we want this to just be border radius, set that to the parameter that's passed in. Alright, you might want to do the other specific styles for certain browsers. Like for Firefox, you could do MOZ, border radius. I mean, you shouldn't have to do this for the most recent versions of these browsers, but just in case, you can do that as well. Okay, now to use this, let's say we want our list items to have a border radius, a rounded border. So we'll go to our LI right here, and to use it, we can just do at include border radius, and let's pass in 20 pixels. Alright, so let's see what that does. Reload, and now you can see that it has a rounded border. Alright, and we can just change this to whatever we want. So let's change it to 5 pixels, and now it has a 5 pixel radius. So we can continually use this mixin no matter what size we want the border radius. Alright, and you'd probably want to put your mixins into a partial, and then we could say import mixins.scss, and then we'll go and create that real quick. So that would be underscore mixins, and we'll just paste that in, save it, and that should still work. Reload, file to import not found or readable. Let's see, let's try it again. You know what, let's delete it and then put it back. There we go. It just didn't register. Alright, so those are pretty much all of the features of SAS. Just very basic. Obviously, when you have a lot of CSS, this is going to be much more helpful, but you can see it basically adds logic to our CSS, which is normally just a static style sheet language. Alright, so hopefully that made sense, and now we're going to work on a project where we implement all of these features. Hey guys, in this project we're going to be creating a template called Studio City, and we're going to implement SAS. Now this isn't using any other technologies. It's not using Bootstrap or anything like that. Everything is going to be completely custom, except for Font Awesome. We are using that just to get these icons. Alright, that's the only third-party technology we'll be using. Alright, so we have a header nav bar up here. We have a showcase area with a couple buttons with some hover effects. We have this section here, the icon section, some list items down here, and a footer. Okay, that's the home page. About page, very simple. And you can see the inner pages have a smaller version of the showcase along with the page title. Okay, portfolio, we're just getting some images from, should show up any second. Alright, so getting some images from Lorem Pixel instead of actually including our own images. Alright, very simple. Contact page, just a simple contact form. And then this is just an example of the variables file that we have, so we can change things like the main font family, the heading font family, the font size, the color, the different color scheme. We have a main color, which is this purple color, and a secondary, which is the black color. And then we have a tinted color, and this, I actually didn't show you this in the last video. We can actually take this mix function and we can mix a certain color with another color, and we can adjust the percentage. In this case we have 10% white. Alright, so that's where we're getting this hover effect. This is actually coming from the mix, okay, that one and that one. And then here's some other color schemes that look pretty good. And then down here we have the template width at 80%, showcase height, so we can adjust the height of the showcase, and then the icon size we can also change. Alright, so some good customizations available with this template. Alright, so that's what we'll be building. Hopefully you enjoy it, and I'll see you in the next video. Alright guys, so we're going to start on the Studio City project. Now, we're going to start off just doing it with regular CSS, just so we can get everything looking good, and then we'll optimize it with Sass. Alright, but we're still going to run it through the compiler. We're still going to use the SCSS file. So I have a blank folder called Studio City, and we're going to create our index.html. Okay, we're going to create a folder called SCSS. We're going to create a folder called CSS, and we're going to create a folder called IMG. Okay, and we just have one image, and I'm just going to bring that over now. Alright, so it's just this this city image, okay, which is that. Alright, and I got that from one of the free stock image sites. So in SCSS, let's create a document, and we're going to call this style.scss. And then inside the CSS folder, we're going to create a file called style.css. Alright, so let's go over to Koala, and I'm going to say add project, and we want to choose, let's see, projects and Studio City, and then SCSS. Alright, now I want to change the output path, so I'm going to say set output path, and then we're going to go to CSS and click on style.css, and then yes. Alright, then we can delete the CSS and the CSS map file that were created in the SCSS folder. So let's delete those, and let's test it out. So we'll open up style.css, and let's put in the body, and we'll say yeah, we'll do background, and that'll be white. Alright, so let's save that and see if it actually gets compiled. So we'll go into CSS and then style, and yep, there it is. Alright, so we know the compiler is working. So we're going to start off with the HTML. So let's open that up. And we're going to go ahead and put in just our standard HTML tags. And in the title, we'll say Studio City template. And let's link our style sheet. Okay, that's going to be CSS style.css. Now we're also going to use Font Awesome, so I'm going to include their CDN. Put that right here. Okay, that's from maxcdn.bootstrapcdn.com and then /fontawesome. Alright, so that's all we need in the head. Now in the body, let's put a header tag, and we're going to put a div class container. Just tab that over. Alright, and then in the container, let's put a div, and we're going to give this an ID of logo. Okay, and the logo is just going to be an H3, and we'll say Studio City. Alright, and then also in the header we'll have the nav tag, and this nav is going to have a UL with some LIs. Okay, that's going to go to index.html, and that'll be the home page, or the home link. Okay, let's copy that. And then we're also going to have about. We're going to have portfolio and contact. Okay, let's add the file names. Okay, now home is going to have, the link is going to have a class called active. Okay, so that's our nav bar. Now let's do the showcase. That's going to go under the header. So we'll have a div with the class of showcase. Oops. Okay, that's also going to have a container. And inside the container, we're going to have an H1 that says Dream Big. And then I'm going to have a paragraph, which I'm going to paste in. Okay, paragraph has a class of lead, and then we have a line break after it. Let me just tab this out. Alright, so under the paragraph and after the line break, we're going to have a couple links. This one will go to, let's say, about.html, and it's going to have a class of button-a. Okay, so this one will say read more, and then we'll have another one next to it. This one's going to go to contact. This is going to have a class of button B, and then the text will just say contact us. Alright, and that should do it for the showcase. Underneath that, we're going to have another section that's going to have a background color and some text. So this we're going to call section A. And that, of course, will have a container. The container is what pushes everything in the middle and gives it an 80% width. So this will be container. And we're just going to have a paragraph with some text. So I'm going to paste that in. Just some dummy text. And then we're going to have a section B. So I'm going to copy that. And this is going to be for the icons. So let's get rid of this paragraph. And I'm going to just paste in these divs. Okay, so we have a div class, and this has a class of box and a class of box A. Alright, this has an H3. It has an icon, and that's coming from Font Awesome, and then a paragraph. And then this is box B, box C, and box D. Alright, they all have the same, they all have the same text. Just different icons. Alright, so that's that. Now let's create, let's see, we want to go after section B, and this will be section C. Let's go ahead and copy that. Change that to section C, and this is going to be an unordered list, which I'm going to paste in. Okay, so UL has a class of home list. Each list item has an H3 and a paragraph. Alright, and then last thing we want is the footer, which is going to go under section C. Okay, that'll have a container. And let's see, we're just going to have a paragraph, and it'll say copyright, and we'll give it a copyright symbol, 2016 Studio City. Okay, so that should be it for the HTML for our home page. Let's go ahead and open it up. Opened in the wrong tab. There we go. Alright, so it's just the HTML, so it looks horrible. Now what I want to do is just create the other pages, the inner pages. So let's create a file called about.html. We'll create a file called portfolio.html, and contact.html. Okay, so let's open up about, and then we're going to copy everything that we have in the index file. And let's go up to the top here, and we're going to change the class active from the home link to the about link. Okay, and then for the showcase, this is going to be a little different. We're going to change it to showcase-inner. Alright, we're going to keep the container, but we're going to get rid of everything in it except for the H1. And then the H1 will just have the page title of about. Alright, now we can get rid of the section A. We can get rid of all the sections actually. Section C, but we want to keep the footer. Alright, and then all we need to add here is an area for the main content. So let's say div class equals main. Okay, and that's going to have a container. And inside here we'll just put, actually I'm going to paste this in because it's just some text. Okay, so we just have an H3, what we do, paragraph, H3, who we are, another paragraph. Save that, and that's our about page. So if we click that, it should look like that. Now let's open up, let's see, let's grab portfolio HTML. Now I'm going to copy everything that we have in the about page, paste that in, and then we're going to change the class active. I'm going to put it onto portfolio. Okay, and then we'll change the H1 here. And let's get rid of this content. And I'll paste this in. So basically we just have a couple divs with the class of port for portfolio, and then we have an H3, and then just a link to a lorem pixel image. Okay, and that's it. So let's save it. Now we should be able to visit portfolio. An image should pop up. There we go. Now for the contact page. So we'll copy again what we have in about. Paste it in. Let's change the class active. Put it there. And then we'll change the title, contact, delete the content inside of the main. And then we're going to paste this in. Okay, so we have a paragraph, says fill out the form. Then we have a form with the ID of contact. Each div has a label, a line break, and then an input. Okay, so we have name, email, phone, and the last one, message, is a text area, and then a submit button. Save that, and now we should be able to go to contact. Alright, so the HTML is done for the website, or for the template. In the next video, we're going to start styling it. Alright guys, so in the last video we created the HTML for the Studio City template. Now we're going to work on the CSS. And I'm not going to implement Sass just yet, although we are working in the SCSS file. So let's start with the body, and we'll leave the background white. And let's give it a font family of Arial. And let's do font size of, let's say, 16 pixels, and let's give it a line height of 1.4 em. We'll zero out the margin and the padding, and the color we'll make light gray. Okay, save that. Alright, now for the container, we're going to set an initial width of 80%. Okay, we want to make the margin auto, and whoops, we want to set the overflow to auto. Alright, and now for the headings, I want those to have a different font, so we're just going to add those here. And let's change, we'll say font family to Homer. Alright, now the header is going to have a background of black and the color will be white, and we're going to give it a height of 60 pixels. Alright, and let's see, the logo, we want to make sure that floats left. And now let's work on the nav. Okay, so let's say nav, and we want that to float right. Then the nav UL, we want padding top to be 4 pixels, just pushing it down a little bit. And then we want the LIs. Let me format this document as CSS. There we go. Okay, so the LI, we're going to say list style is going to be none. We don't want any bullets. We want them to float to the left. And let's add padding right of 20 pixels. Okay, then we want the nav links. Set the color to white. And let's make sure the text decoration is none. Alright, now for the hover and the active, we want colors for those. So let's say nav A hover, oops, and also nav A dot active. Okay, and for now we're going to say color, and let's say 37475E. Alright, and that'll be generated later on with Sass, but just for now we're going to use that. Alright, so let's save that and reload. And you can see we have our little hover. Alright, so the header or the nav bar is done. Now we're going to move on to the showcase. So showcase, we're going to set the height to 400 pixels. And let's say showcase inner. We want that height to just be 150 pixels. Alright, and I'm also going to give it a border bottom. Actually, no, we don't need the border bottom. Now, we're going to have some of the same styles for both the showcase and the showcase inner. So we're going to just put them both together here. Alright, so the background is going to be an image, so we want to use URL, and we're going to say no repeat. URL is going to be ./img/city.jpg. Alright, now the image itself is going to be, if we leave it as is, it's just going to show the sky, so we need to move it up. So we're just going to say 0 and then negative 400 pixels. That'll bring it up 400 pixels. Okay, the color of the text is going to be white. And let's make the font size bigger. Make it 21 pixels. And then set a line height of 1.7 m. Alright, so let's look at it so far. Alright, so now we want to work on the inner part of it. So I'm going to set .showcase container. I want to set the height of that to 500 pixels, and I want to set overflow to auto, or else we'll get a scroll bar. Now for the H1, say showcase H1 and showcase inner H1. We're going to give it a background of black. Give it a actually we don't need to do the color. We're going to set a padding of 20 pixels, and then I want it to be a little bit see-through, so we're going to say opacity, we're going to set to 0.7. Alright, okay, so that looks good. Now for these links right here, we want to format these as buttons. Remember, they have a class of button A and button B. So let's go ahead and add those. Okay, button A, let's say background. Actually, this is going to be the purplish color, so it's going to be 1C, 1B, 3A. Add a padding of 20 pixels, color white, text decoration will be none, and let's say border none. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy that, and then this is going to be button B, oops, which is going to have a background of black. And I'm not going to do the hover just yet. We'll do that when we add the sass. Alright, so let's take a look. Okay, that looks good. Now for this part here, this is has a class of section A. So let's add that. And that's going to have a background. That's going to be this color here. Okay, color will be white. Padding 20 pixels. We want to text align to the center. And then let's say font size 22. Okay, there's section A. Now for section B, which is the icons. For the section B itself, for that class itself, all we want to do is add some padding. So 20 pixels, 0. And then we're going to do the boxes inside of it. So box, and we're going to set the width to 24%. We want to float left, and we want to text align to the center. Alright, so let's look at that. Okay, now we want these icons to be bigger, so let's say .fa. They have a class of FA for font awesome. I'm going to set font size to 60 pixels. Okay, and let's also set the color to that purple color. Now for the list here, I think it has a class of home list. So let's set padding 0, margin 0, and list style none. And then for the list items, we're going to do background of light gray and padding 10 pixels, and then just margin bottom 10 pixels. Okay, so there's our list. And let's see, the footer. Let's do that next. Footer, we're going to give it padding 30 pixels in the top and bottom. Margin top, we'll do 30 pixels just to move it down. Background, we're going to make it black. And the color, we're going to make it white. Okay. So that looks good. Our home page is now complete. Now the only extra styles we have, if we look on About, that looks pretty good. It's just portfolio and contact we have a couple extra styles for. So for portfolio we have a class called port. We'll set the width to 24%, float left, padding right, and text align to the center. Okay, and then the images inside there, we want the width to be 100% of its containing element. Okay, now the last thing is the form. I'm just going to paste this in. So we have the form div, which will have a background light gray, some padding, margin. The input of type of text will have a width of 100%, 30 pixels high, border, padding. Okay, text area will have all the same stuff except the height will be a little bigger. So let's save it, reload portfolio. That looks good. Contact, that looks good as well. Alright, so the core CSS is complete now. So in the next video, we'll start to implement Sass. Alright guys, so we have our HTML and CSS complete. Now we're going to implement Sass. So we're going to start with variables. We have quite a few things that we can add as variables so that we can add customization for later. So let's start with fonts. Okay, so let's create a variable called main font, and that's going to be the family. We'll set it to Arial, and then the headings are going to have a different font. So we'll say heading font, set that to Tahoma. Let's set the font size to 16 pixels, and the font color is going to be dark gray. Okay, next will be the color scheme. So we're going to have a main color. That's going to be that purple color, which is the hexadecimal value of 1C, 1B, 3A. Okay, then we'll have a secondary, and that's going to be black. Okay, now when we have the hover, I want it to just slightly lighten. I don't want to set a whole separate variable for hover colors. So what we can do is let's create a variable called main color tinted, and we're going to add the mix function here, or the mixin, which takes in one color, which will be white. Next color will be the main color, and then we want the percentage, which I'm just going to say 10%. Okay, then we'll copy that, and let's do the same thing for the secondary. Okay. Now let's see, let's do misc, and this is where we'll have actually we don't call it this, they all relate to the dimensions, so we'll call it dimensions. Okay, so let's say template width, and that's going to be 80%. Then we'll have showcase height, which will be 400 pixels, and we'll have the icon size, which is going to be 60 pixels. Alright, so there are our variables. So let's go ahead and implement them. Let's make sure we have no errors. Okay. Now for the main font, we're going to put that right here. Okay, main font, and then we have the heading font, which we're going to put right here. Okay, the font size will go here, and the font color will go here. Okay, now for the color scheme, we're going to add this. We're going to add the main color in a few different places. So let's copy it, and we're going to put this. This is the purple color. So we want, let's see, the button A is going to get the main color, so we'll put it there. And let's see, section A, let's see, the icon color. I'm going to do that as well. And I think that's it. Now for the hover effects for the buttons, let's add that. So we're going to say button A hover, and also button B hover. Okay, so let's see. Actually, I'm sorry, these are going to get their own styles, not the same one. Alright, so button A hover, we're going to say background, and that's going to get the main color tinted. Okay, and then this one will get secondary color tinted. Alright, let's go ahead and save that. And now you'll see when I hover over them, it gets the 10% lighter color. Now for the nav bar up here, I want to do the same kind of thing here. I want it to be the main color, but the main color itself is too dark, so we're just going to add a percentage to it. So let's go to right here where we have the color, where we have hover and active. And we're going to set this to mix, let's say white, and main color, and I'm going to do 40%. Okay, so let's save that, and now you'll see up here we have the main color, but it's lighter. Alright, so that looks good. Now for the secondary color, we're going to add those. So we have the header background, we want to change that to secondary. Let's see, where else do we have black? Right here, the showcase H1 background color. And button B will have the secondary. Is that it? No, the footer should also have secondary. So let's save that, reload, and it should look the exact same. So I think we're just about there as far as variables. Now we have these dimensions. Let's see the template width. That will just go in one place. So that's going to go in the container. Template width, showcase height. I'm going to grab that and put that right here. And then for the showcase container height, we're going to put this here as well, but we want to add 100 to it. Like that. Okay, now the icon size should be the last variable. So we're going to put that down in the FA class right here. Alright, so let's save that, make sure everything still looks good. Now let's test some of these out. So let's say main font, change to Verdana, and we'll change this to, we'll say Arial. Okay, so the font should change. Okay, that works. Put it back. Say we want to change the font size to, I don't know, 22. That works. Font color, let's say red. Horrible choice, but just to test it out, that works. Alright, now for the color schemes, I actually have some other color schemes that look pretty nice. So I'm going to paste those in. We'll put it right here. So let's grab that and we'll save it. And you can see how easy it is to change the entire look of the template. So even if you were making templates just to sell them, this is a nice feature for your clients to have. They can just easily, they can really easily change things around. See, there's a red version. Alright, and the color schemes are endless, really. Purple. Alright, so I'm just going to put it back to the original. Alright, now the dimensions, let's say we wanted to change this to 50%, maybe for tablet devices or something. Okay, that's good. Showcase height, maybe we want to make that bigger. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Icon size, let's make sure that works. And there we go. So everything's working. Now it's a very customizable template. Now I do want to put the variables in a separate file in a partial. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. So SCSS, we're going to create a new document and we're going to call it underscore variables.scss. Alright, let's open that up and then we're just going to grab all this, cut it, paste it in there, save it, and then we should be able to do import variables.scss. Okay, reload, and everything still works. Good. So in the next video, we're going to optimize this even further, and we're going to use nesting and also an extend. Alright guys, so we're almost there. There's just some things we can do to further optimize this, our CSS. So let's look at the nav. Okay, so we have these different styles here, different declarations for the UL, the LI, the A, and the A hover. So let's go ahead and nest these. So we're going to grab the UL and put it right inside the nav. Okay, we'll do the same with the LI. And you know what we could do is we could even nest this further and put the LI in here. And then take, let's see, we can get rid of those two. And then we'll take the A and put that inside the LI. And we can also take this, put that also inside the LI. Okay, just be sure to get rid of this nav. So now we can get rid of these, and everything still should work. Let's save it. Let's go and reload, and everything still looks good. Alright, so that's the nav. Now we should also be able to shape up this showcase stuff too. So you can see we have the showcase container. We can grab the container and put that right in here. And then get rid of that. Let's see what else we can do. For the H1 here, we'll grab that and put it in both the showcase and also showcase inner. So we'll paste that in like that, and then we can get rid of this here. So we'll delete that. Actually, you know what? Since we have these two together here, we can actually make this a little take a little less code and put the H1 in here. Then we can get rid of it there and here. Alright, let's make sure that still works. Good. Now for the buttons, this is where we can implement extend. You can see that we have a lot of repeating stuff here. We have the padding, the color, everything except the background. So what we can do is create a class called button, and then we'll grab all of this except for the background and cut it out and put it in here. Okay, and then we'll take it all from here as well, and then all we have to do is extend dot button. Okay, we'll do that there and here. So let's save it, make sure everything works. There we go. Okay, so it cuts out a little bit of code for us. So we're pretty much there. Let's see, home list, we can take this LI and put that in here. Get rid of that. And let's see, this port image, we can take that and put that in there. And for the contact div, Let's see. Let's grab this. Put that there. Then we can grab the text area. Same thing. And then we can delete these. Oops. Okay, so I think that's it, guys. Let's go ahead and save it and reload. Okay, homepage looks good. About, portfolio, and contact. Alright, so we now have a SAS template. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this. I know for me, SAS is one of the easiest things that I've learned that is the most helpful. Just to use it in your CSS and be able to customize and change things very quickly. So that's it, and thanks for watching. Alright, so in this section we'll be looking at and working with Git, which is extremely popular in web and software development. It's a version control system, also known as a VCS, and it's used in software development as well as other version control tasks, and it's essentially a tool to manage source code. It's aimed at speed, data integrity, and support for nonlinear workflows. It was created by Linus Torvalds in 2005, and that name may sound familiar because he's also the one that created the Linux operating system. So every Git directory on a computer is essentially a full-fledged repository, also called a repo. Now, a repo or a repository is an on-disk structure which stores metadata for a set of files or a directory structure. And some of the metadata that a repository may include is a history of changes, a set of compiled objects, and a set of references to commit objects. The main purpose of a repository is not just to hold current data, but all of the changes that data has gone through. Alright, so we should be able to go back to any point in time in the development process as long as that point was committed, of course. So what are the benefits of using something like Git? It does add a couple extra steps to your workflow, and most of us like to keep that as simple as possible, but when you look at it, the work that you put in for version control can be well worth it, especially on big projects with multiple developers. So first and foremost, it gives you an easy way to back up your work, and not just save your files, but save all the versions of your files. Alright, so you can create commits at any point in your development, and you can easily go back when and if you need to. Git also allows you to work offline more efficiently. So some version control systems have a centralized repository that you'll push and pull from, but Git gives you your very own local repository to work with, whether you're connected to a network or not. Alright, so you can work offline much more efficiently. And we also have branching, which allows you to have individual lines of development, which I'll get to in a minute. Collaboration with other developers is easy because they can work on their own branch or version of the project, leaving the main code base intact. Alright, so when you're doing things like moving or adding files, it's really easy, and Git tracks all your movements, so you always know where everything is at all times. So let's talk a little bit about branching. Okay, branching is one of Git's best features. A branch essentially represents an individual line of development. So instead of having this one code base that multiple people can edit, and you have the huge possibility of someone messing up, developers can have their own branch. Alright, or you may have multiple branches dedicated to multiple features or functionality. Okay, so you might have an e-commerce application and then have a single branch where you're developing a user login and authentication system. So you don't want a half-working login system on the main branch, so you develop that separately and then merge it when it's completed or ready for testing. So branching serves as an abstraction for the edit stage commit process, and branches can be merged with the master branch at any time. So if we look at this diagram down here, we have 4 different branches which all represent isolated lines of development. Okay, we have this master branch, we have a development branch, and then we have 2 branches for 2 separate features. Alright, and they can all be worked on in parallel, and the main branch isn't touched at all until the other ones merge onto it. Alright, so you can see we also have the versions here of the application. So we have version 0.1 where it started a development branch and we moved along. version 0.2, they decided to add a new feature, so we added another feature branch here. Alright, version 0.1, you had another feature, and it can go on and on. Alright, so it may sound a little confusing, but we'll get into this later on. So here is a set of the most common Git commands and commands that we'll be working with. So git init will create a local repository. It'll create a .git folder, and that's where it'll store all the information, all the repository data, all the metadata, the versions, everything. Alright, if you delete that .git file, you're going to delete your repository. Git add will add a file to the index, or basically the staging area. Alright, so git add and then the file name. You can use git add dot, and that will add everything that's in that current folder. Alright, git rm will remove it from the index. Git status will get a summary of the staged files, so you know what files are ready to be committed. And then of course we have git commit, which will record changes to the repo. This also takes a log message. For instance, if it's your first commit, you might want to write that as a log, that it's the initial commit. Git clone will clone a repository to your machine. You just want to add the path to the repo. This can be a remote repository from something like GitHub. Git push origin master will push to the remote repository to the master branch. Git checkout -b branch name. So this will create a new branch and switch to it. If you leave out the -b, that'll just switch to a branch that already exists. Git merge branch name will merge a different branch into the active one, okay, whatever one you're in. And then these two git config commands down here, this is to configure your name to use with commits, and this will configure your email. Alright, so these are just some of the more used commands in Git, and we're going to get to all of these later on. Hey guys, this is going to be a really quick video. I just want to show you how to install Git on a Linux machine. Alright, so if you go to gitscm.com/download/Linux, you'll see all the different commands you can use for the different package managers on different distributions. Alright, I'm on Ubuntu, so I'm going to use the apt-get package manager. So let's open up a terminal, and we'll say sudo apt-get install git. Yes. Alright, so it should be installed. Let's say git -- version, and we get version 2.7.4. Alright, and just to test it out, let's create a directory. We'll say make dir test, and let's say cd test, and then we'll say git init. Okay, initialized empty git repository. Alright, and so it created this .git folder. So everything's installed and set up. You can see how extremely simple that is. We'll be working in Windows from here on out, but I did just want to show you guys how to install it on a Linux machine. Alright guys, so now that we went over Git and you know a little bit about what it is, we're going to go ahead and install it and start to work with it. Now I'm on a Windows machine, so if you want to download Git for Windows, you can go to git-scm.com. And I believe I did already show you how to do this back in one of the sections, but I'm going to go over it again. So we're going to just click this Downloads for Windows button, and it's going to automatically choose which file we need. I'm on a 64-bit, so that's what it automatically downloaded. Okay, once that's done, we'll open it up, and we'll click Run. Alright, we're just going to go through the installer here. Default directory is C drive program files git, and we're going to leave all that by default. And let's see, next, for this option I want to be able to use Git from the Windows command prompt as well, so I'm going to choose the last option, and then the rest of these we can just keep as the default. Alright, so now that that's done, let's uncheck the view release notes, and we can check launch git bash and finish, and it should open up a command line that looks something like this. Alright, so this is git bash. This isn't the standard Windows command prompt. Alright, and if we say git v, or I'm sorry, we'll do git -- version, that'll show us the current version that's installed, which is 2.10.1. Alright, yours may be different depending on when you're watching this. Now, another nice feature about this command line, or this terminal, whatever you want to call it, is that we can go to a folder in Windows, like let's say projects, and we can right click, and there's a context menu item to git bash here. There's also git GUI here, which will open the GUI program, but if we do git bash here, it'll open up that same command line, except it'll be in that folder. Alright, so that's actually pretty helpful. So that's how you can install Git in Windows. In the next video, we're going to start to get into some basic commands. Alright guys, so we have Git installed in Windows, and what I want to do now is create a local repository and show you how to add files and folders to the staging area, how to commit, how to check the status, things like that. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a new folder. I'm going to put it in my projects folder, and we're going to call this my app. Alright, now the contents of the folder or the application, that's not important. What we're focusing on is Git and how to work with repositories. So let's go ahead and right click and say git bash here, and that'll open up a command prompt right in that folder for us. Alright, now let's open it here as well. Now the first thing you need to do is you need to initialize a Git repository. Alright, so to do that we say git init. Okay, and what that does is it creates a folder called .git, which is a hidden folder. You might have to edit your Windows settings to be able to see it. Alright, now I'm not going to go over the stuff inside. That's not really important. You're never going to touch that. Just know that all your versions, everything you need, is in that folder. If you delete that, then you no longer have a Git repository. Alright, so the next command I want to show you is git status. Alright, and that'll show you what files aren't or are in the staging area that are ready to be committed. Alright, so we see that we have nothing to commit. Okay, nothing's been added to the staging area. To add a file to the staging area, you want to use git add. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a file. And I'm just going to create a file called readme.txt. Alright, and actually, yeah, we'll open that up here. Let me just sort this out a little bit, make it a little neater. Okay, so we have this readme text file, and we'll just say my app. And actually, you know what we'll do is let's say edit 1. Alright, and then we'll just go along and we'll just add to it when we want to change it. So let's go ahead and save, and then if we go over here and we say git status, you'll see that now it says readme.txt in red, and it says that it's an untracked file. Okay, so it hasn't been added to be committed yet. Alright, just know that there's a couple different stages. There's this stage where nothing is in the staging area. Alright, once we put it in the staging area, it'll sit there until we commit it. Alright, and then we can commit it to our repository, and then if we have a remote repository at GitHub or something like that, we can then push to that remote repository as well. Alright, and I'll go through all of that. Now, let's go ahead and add this to the staging area. So we'll say git add, and then the file name, readme.txt. Alright, and now if we go and we say git status, now you'll see that it's in green, and it says changes to be committed. So this file is sitting in the staging area waiting to be committed to the local repository. Now, let's say we haven't committed it yet, and we go and we edit it. Okay, we'll say edit 2, and let's save, and then if we do git status, you'll see that it lists it twice, one in green and one in red. Basically, this is the version of it before we did this edit 2, and this is the current version. Alright, so right now the staging area has the earlier version. Alright, so if we want to update that, we can just again say git add readme.text. Alright, and then if we do git status, you'll see that it's in green again, and it's the latest version. So now what we want to do is commit this. So we're going to say git commit. Alright, now notice that the whole screen changes when we do a commit. That's because we have to type in a message along with this commit. Alright, and this is basically like a Vim editor, which is kind of complicated, and I'll show you how we can actually skip this step in a minute. Alright, but let's go ahead and we have to press I, and that'll basically put it in insert mode, so we can now type something. Let's just say initial commit. Alright, and then we have to press escape to get out of insert mode, and then we're going to type in :WQ, enter. Alright, and that enters the message and it makes the commit. Okay, you can see one file changed, and it was committed. So now if we say git status, there's nothing to commit. Okay, the latest version of readme.txt has been committed. Alright, now if you want to see a log of your commits, you can say git log. Alright, and it shows us the date and time, shows us the user, and it says the message, which is initial commit. Now let's go ahead and edit this again. We'll say edit 3 and save it, and if we say git status, you'll see that it's back in red. Alright, it's waiting to be committed. Now I want to show you how we can skip that whole Vim editor step. So let's say we want to add it. We'll say git add, and I want to also show you that we don't have to just add in a file name. We can use wildcards. For instance, if we wanted all text files, we could use the *.txt. Alright, now if we want to just add everything that's in there, we can just use a period. So let's do that. That adds everything to the staging, and then what we want to do is say git commit, and instead of just doing git commit, we want to add the M flag here for our message, and then just put the message here. We'll say edit, let's say readme edit 3. Alright, and that goes ahead and commits it, okay, without us having to go into that weird screen. And let's say git log, and you can see that we've had 2 commits. Alright. Now you may have files that you don't want to be committed to the repository. Alright, so a log file is a good example of something you probably don't want. So let's create a file here, and we'll just call it app.log. And let's say git status, and it says app.log here. Now we don't want that to show up, okay, because we don't want that included. We want that ignored. So what we can do is create a .gitignore file, and we can add it. We can add stuff to that we don't want to be found like this. All right. Now the problem in Windows is we can't create a file that doesn't have a name. For instance, let's say new text file, and we'll say .gitignore. Okay, and it's not going to let us. It's looking at this as an extension without a file name. So what we can do, if you're in Linux, I don't think you'll have a problem if you're using Linux. But what we can do is go over here and say touch, which is a command that creates a file, and then we'll say .gitignore. Alright, and now you can see over here that it did in fact create the file. So let's open that up. I'll just open it with Notepad, and let's say star.log. So that'll basically take every file that has a .log extension. So let's save that and exit out. And now if we say git status, you'll see that the app.log is gone. The gitignore is there, so let's go ahead and commit that, or add that. So we'll say git add gitignore, and then we'll do git commit, and we'll do our message, and we'll just say added ignore file. Okay, so now if we say get status, we should have nothing to commit. Now one more thing, I'm just going to edit this again. We'll say edit for and save, and let's go ahead and add it. We'll say get add and say get status. Whoops, what happened? Edit for, save, get status. Alright, so now let's say get add all. Okay, so we have the readme.txt in the staging area. Now if we want to remove it from the staging area, you can see right here, we use get reset head and then the file name. Alright, so let's say get reset head and readme.txt. Okay, and that'll take it out. So if we now say get status, you'll see that it's out of the staging area. Alright, so I'm just going to add it back and then commit it. Okay, we'll say git commit m. Alright, so now we should have nothing to commit. Alright, so you know how to add and remove from the staging area, commit, initialize your repository, all the basics. Alright, so in the next video, I'm going to show you how we can use branches, how we can separate into a new branch, develop, and then merge it into the master. Alright, so in this video I want to get into branches and merging. So a branch is used to create a separate line of development. So for instance, we may have an application that is working or in progress, and we want to add a new piece of functionality to it. For instance, let's say we want to add a blog post area. Alright, so we may want to connect to a database, maybe add some forms to add a post, things like that. And we don't want to do it in the main code base, which is the master branch. So we would want to create a separate branch for that. Alright, so that's what we're going to do. Before we do that, I just want to add an index.html file here, just so it looks more like a real application. Okay, and we're just going to have to add that. So let's say git add, and then we'll say git commit m, and added index.html. Alright, and if we do git log, that'll show us all the commits we've done so far. So let's go ahead and create a branch. So to do that, we'll say, whoops, just get out of that. Alright, so to do that, we're going to say git branch, and let's call it posts. Okay, so that creates the branch. Now to go into it, we need to use checkout. So git checkout posts. Now you can see that we've switched to the post branch. So anything we do now, such as add files to staging or commit, it'll all be done within this branch, okay, not the master branch. So what I'm going to do is go over here and let's create a new folder, and we'll call it posts. And in here, let's say we have the content of this isn't really important, but let's say we have an index.html in here, which may be a page to list posts. Okay, we may also want an add.html for a form to add posts, and then maybe a JS file. So posts, we'll say post.js. Maybe that has the class or the class to interact with the database or something like that. Alright, so we have this post folder. Now what we want to do is, let's say, git status, and it shows us that we have this post folder that isn't being tracked. So we'll go git add all. So now if we say git status, we have these 3 files in the staging area. So we want to commit them, so we'll say git commit, and let's add a message, and we'll just say added post pages. Okay, so that committed them. and this is all being done in the post branch. So take a look over here and notice the post folder. Now what I'm going to do is switch back to the master branch. So let's say git checkout master, and now look over here and you'll notice that the post folder is gone. Okay, it disappeared, because since we're in the master branch, that's what we're seeing here in our folder in our repository. Alright, which is kind of nice. So right now the master branch has no idea about the posts whatsoever. So what we want to do is, let's say we finished it all up, everything's working, functionality's good, bugs are fixed. So now what we want to do is merge it. So we can say git merge posts. Alright, and make sure you're in the master branch when you do this. So now notice over here that the post folder is back. Okay, it's now part of the master branch. Okay, so let's clear that out. And now sometimes you'll have conflicts with merges, okay, especially working with other developers. So let's kind of mimic one of those. I'm going to just edit this. We'll say edit 5 and save it. And then let's go over here and say git add readme.text, and then we'll do git commit. Okay, so we've changed that. Now let's check out the post branch. So git checkout posts. Now if we go down here, you'll see that the edit 5 is now gone. So let's add in here edit 6 and save that, and then we'll go ahead and commit it. So git readme edit 6. Okay, and now what we'll do is say git merge master, and you can see that we have a conflict. Okay, it says merge conflict in readme.text, and if we click on it, you'll see that it actually inserts stuff into the file. Alright, it tells us where the problem is. Okay, so we want to fix this. We can also see it if we do git status. Okay, you'll see that we have unmerged paths. And if we look at this file, this is where it says head. This is what's in the current branch, and this is in the source branch or the master branch. So let's go ahead and remove these markers. Alright, and we're going to put this here. Okay, so once we've fixed that, let's save it, and then we're going to say git add readme.text, and then git commit. Okay, we'll run that, and now let's do git status, and we get nothing to commit. Okay, so the conflict is now fixed. Now this can get quite complicated when you're dealing with a lot of code. So there are tools that can help you out, merge tools, but I'm not going to get into that. That's more advanced. But simple mistakes like that, you don't need any kind of merge tool. Alright, so in the next video we're going to start to work with remote repositories. Okay, we're going to work with github.com. So I will see you then. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to work with GitHub, which is a remote, we can set up a remote repository for our application. Alright, so first thing you want to do is sign up if you don't have an account. I already have an account, so I'm going to sign in. Alright, and what we're going to do, and just to look around here a little bit, if we go to your profile, that'll show your popular repositories, your contribution activity, things like that. Okay, these are all the repositories that I currently have in my account. You can have followers, you can follow people, things like that. I'm not going to get too much into this interface, but what we want to do is create a new repository. So we can click this plus sign up here and say new repository, and let's just call this my app. You can give it a description. We'll just say test app. You can choose public or private. Now private, I believe you have to have a premium account, so we're going to keep it at public. And you can choose to initialize it with a README file and also a get ignore, but we're not going to check that off. We're just going to leave that. And then we're going to click create repository. Alright, so we now have a repository at github.com/whatever your username /myapp. Okay, and this basically tells us what we need to do. Alright, and a lot of it we've done. We've done git init, we initialized it. Okay, and in this case, they're adding a readme.md, which is a markdown file, which I'll talk about in a second. And then they're committing it, and then this is where we need to, what we need to do. We need to add this repository as a remote repository. All right, and then we can push to that repository. So let's go over to our command line here, and notice I'm in the master branch. Switch over if you're still in posts. And we can actually say get remote, and that'll show us the remote repositories we have, which obviously we don't have any yet. Alright, so let's go ahead and add this. We'll say get remote add origin, and we want to say https github.com. And if you're using your own repository, just use your username and then the name of this repository. In my case, it's going to be myapp.git. Alright, so that added it as a repository. Now what we want to do is take everything in it and we want to push it to the remote repository. So we're going to say git push -u origin, and we want the master branch. Alright, so it'll go through this little process here, and now if we go over and we reload, you can see that all of our stuff has been added. Now if we want to edit a file, let's go to our README here and we'll say edit 6 and save that. And then let's go over here and say git add readme.text, and then we'll commit. We'll say git m readme edit. Okay, so we committed it to our local repository, but if I reload this, you don't see edit 6 because we haven't pushed to the remote. To do that, we can say git push. Now notice I'm not going to put in that origin master. I don't need to. So we'll just say git push. And now if we go over here and reload, you can see we have edit 6. So anyone can now clone this repository. Alright, you can see over here there's a clone or download, and you can actually download the entire zip file or you can clone it. So let me show you how to clone it. I'm going to go ahead and let's go into projects, and I'm going to create a folder here, and I'm going to call it myapp2, and then let's open up git bash window here, and I want to clone this repository. Okay, I want to bring it in, so git clone. Actually, you know what we're going to do is let's actually delete this folder because it'll create the folder for us when we clone it. So let's delete that and let's open up projects in git bash. Alright, and then what we'll do is say git clone https github.com/bradtraversy/myapp.git, and then we're going to put the name of the folder we want to clone it into, which is myapp2. Alright, so now if we go and we look down in projects, we now have myapp2. Open that up, and there's our repository. Now let's say we edit something here. Let's open this README, and we'll add in here edit 7, and just do that as well. And we'll save it, and then let's go and say git add readme.text. Oops. Okay, now it says not a git repository. Oh, we didn't go into the correct folder. Let's say cd my app2, and then we'll do the add, and then the commit. Okay. Now what I want to do is push back to the remote. So let's say git push. Alright, so now if we look, now we have edit 7. Okay, now our version over here, the my app. Okay, let's go in here and look at that readme text, and that doesn't have the updated edit 7. So what we need to do is pull that down from the repository. So let's go over here and we'll say, I think we can just do git pull. Okay, so now you can see that it's been pulled down and we're getting edit 7. Alright, so we can push and pull to this repository really easily. Now, when you have a GitHub repository, you can see that it automatically shows the README file, which is nice. But it's not formatted too well. If we let's look at one of my other repositories, and you'll see that this and it's nicely formatted. It has a nice heading, has different headings, different sizes. We can have code blocks, we can have links, and all that. All right. Now, the reason that we can do all this is because we're using Markdown. All right. You can see it's called readme.md, which is a Markdown file. Markdown is a very lightweight markup language with plain text formatting syntax. So what I'm going to do is go over to my app, and I'm going to create. Actually, you know what we'll do is we'll rename this. Let's rename it readme.md. Alright, and a lot of times the readme will be all uppercase. Alright, so I'm going to open that up. I'm going to open up with Visual Studio Code. There are Markdown editors, but I don't have one installed. Now, we do have a section on Markdown, so I'm not going to go through all the syntax. I will show you that if you want a heading, we could just put a hashtag or a number sign here, and that should make it a heading. That'll make it an H1 or the largest heading. If we want to do an H2, then we can put 2 of them. Okay, if we go like that, and we'll say latest edits. Alright, we actually want to put a space after it like that. Alright, so let's save that. Let's clear that out, and we're going to say git add all, and then git status. And you can see that it says we renamed readme text to readme. So we want to commit that. So we're going to say git commit, and let's do -a, whoops, not 1, -a -m, put in our message, and run that. Okay, so now we want to push to the repository, so we'll say git push. Alright, and now let's go back over. Whoop, that's not it. Let's go to the correct repository, which is right here. And now notice that this is formatted much better. Okay, it's using the readme.md, and the readme.text was deleted. Alright, and you want to make sure that when you do that and you want the other file deleted, you use the A flag that we used here. Alright, so that's it. Alright, so you should now be able to use Git in your projects. It's really not that difficult, and once you get used to it, it's just automatic. Alright, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. In this section, we're going to be covering task runners, okay, to be more specific, JavaScript task runners and build tools. And we're going to focus on two in particular, which is Grunt and Gulp. All right, so a task runner is a build automation tool that's used to perform frequently used tasks. So some tasks that it may be used for is minification. A lot of times long code can be minified by doing things like cutting out comments, shortening variables, getting rid of white space, and so on. All right, so task runners like Gulp and Grunt can do that pretty easily. All right, compiling files, if you're using something like TypeScript, which is a superset of JavaScript, and you want it compiled down to regular old ES5 JavaScript, or maybe you're using Sass, which is a CSS precompiler, and you need that converted down to CSS. Task runners can handle all of that kind of stuff. All right, they can also perform unit testing as well as linting and analyzing code and many other things. All right, so before task runners, we would need to do all these things separately and manually, which was a real time waster. So here are some purposes of a task runner. They eliminate redundant and repetitive tasks that nobody wants to do. It allows us to keep it dry meaning don't repeat yourself. This is a popular phrase in the Ruby on Rails community. Compiling and processing code is probably the most common task between some of these runners, whether it's compiling ES6 JavaScript down to ES5 or Sass or whatever it may be. It also eliminates dependencies and it minimizes bad builds. Now there's two main task runners that we'll be looking at. The first one is Grunt. Grunt is a popular task runner with a huge ecosystem of plugins. In fact, there's over 5,000 plugins available. All right, we're going to be working with a few of them. It's written in Node.js and distributed by NPM. It was created by a guy named Ben Allman in 2012. It uses a command line interface to run custom tasks specified in a Grunt file. And companies like Adobe, jQuery, Twitter, and Mozilla all use Grunt. All right, then we also have Gulp, which is a relatively new JavaScript-based task runner. It's very similar to Grunt. Both of them follow a modular-based architecture, and they're both based on NPM. Gulp is defined by code rather than configuration. It's a little faster than Grunt, but then again, Grunt has some advantages over Gulp as well. It's all preference. I prefer Gulp. I think it's a little easier to work with, but plenty of people like Grunt better. Grunt uses temp files to transfer output from one task to another, where Gulp files are piped between tasks. All right, and you'll see what I mean in the next couple videos. All right, guys, so we're going to get started with Gulp. Okay, so I have a couple things that I want to do. I want to have it automatically minify our JavaScript, which will make the file much smaller. It'll take out comments, it'll shorten variables, take out white space, things like that. I also want it to compile Sass files. All right, now Sass is a CSS precompiler that allows you to do things like have variables, mix-ins, things like that, and the Sass file needs to be compiled into a regular CSS file. So it's going to do that for us. We're also going to use the JS hint plugin, which will basically tell us if something's wrong with our JavaScript, if there's a semicolon missing or something like that. And then finally, we're going to set up the Gulp web server so that we can run our app in a small dev server. All right, so let's go ahead and create our project folder. So I'm going to go into projects, and let's see, I have this empty my app, so this folder, so I'm going to use this. So let's go ahead and I'm going to open up my git bash utility, and you can use your standard Windows command line or terminal or whatever it is that you'd like to use. And we're going to first generate a package.json file. Okay, so we're going to say npm init, and just make sure you have Node.js installed. All right, so let's just click through this description. Let's just say simple app with Gulp. Entry point, I'm going to say app.js, and then we'll just enter through the rest of these. All right, and that'll create a package.json file. All right, So we can go ahead and open that up with Sublime. Okay, it just has the stuff that we just put in. Now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to install Gulp. Okay, so let's go back to the command line, and we're going to say npm install Gulp, and we want to add this as a dev dependency, so we're going to do --save--dev. Alright, so now that Gulp is installed, we're going to create a new file. Let me just go back over here, and we're going to create a file called gulpfile.js. Alright, and that's the main file for Gulp. That's where we add all of our tasks. So let's open that up. Hold on, I have so many windows open here. That's not the right one. Let's close that up. Alright, so we'll open it up right here, I guess. Alright, let's snap this over to the side, and then we'll add the browser on this side. Where is it? Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to bring in Gulp. So let's say var Gulp, and we'll set that to require Gulp. Alright, and let's just create a test task. Okay, now to create a task, we just say gulp.task. Alright, and then we'll name it. Let's just call it test. And then we put in a function right here. And then all I want it to do is just console.log. And we'll just say test or testing task ran. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. And now let's go back to our command line here, and we're just going to say gulp test. Okay, so you can see using gulp file starting test, it does our testing task ran, and it says finished. Okay, so that's how we can call tasks. It's very, very simple. We just create a gulp file and we add tasks. All right, so let's create a task that actually does something. All right, so I want to create a task that will minify our JavaScript. So Gulp has many plugins we can use, and there's one called Uglify that will minify our script for us, and it's really easy to use. So we're going to install that by saying npm install gulp-uglify-save-dev. Okay, we'll add it as a dev dependency. Alright, so now that that's installed, we're going to bring it in over here. Let's create a variable called uglify, and we're going to set it to require, set it to gulp-uglify. Alright, and then let's create a new task. This will minify our JavaScript. So we'll say gulp.task, and let's call it minify.js, and then we'll have our function. Alright, and what we want to do in here is say return gulp.source. Alright, so this is going to pertain to the file that we want Gulp to look at and minify. Alright, so our main dev.js file. Alright, so we're going to create a folder called source, and inside there we want to do this to any JavaScript file found in there. So we're going to say star.js. Alright, and then we want to use this .pipe, and in here we want to specify that we want to use uglify. Such a weird name. And then we want to do another pipe, and then here is where we want to put our destination. So we want to say gulp.dest. Alright, and this will be the file that we want it to compile to. So let's say I'm sorry, not the file, but the location. And I want that to be dist. Alright, and that's it. That'll minify it. Alright, so I want to just be able to call Gulp for all of the stuff that we're going to create to run. So to do that, we're going to create a default task. So we can say gulp.task. Oops. And in here, let's say default. And then the second parameter will be an array of the tasks we want to run. So let's say minify.js. Alright, and we'll save that. Now we're going to go and create the source folder. And inside there, let's create an app.js file. Okay, and let's open that up. Whoops, keeps opening in the wrong place. Let's see, where is it? Right here. Alright, so let's open that up there. And what we're going to do in here, it doesn't really matter what we do in here. Let's just create, we'll create a function called sayGreeting. And whoops. And then we just want to pass in a greeting. And I just want to do alert. And actually, we want to alert the greeting that's passed in. Let's also just console.log it. And we'll also return it. Okay, now down here, let's create a variable called greeting. And we'll just set that to hello world. And then let's call it. Say greeting. And we'll pass in that greeting variable. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. So this is our main file that's being watched, and this is the file that we want to minify. So all we have to do now is go over to our command line and say gulp. And you can see that it says starting minify.js, starting default. So now we should have a minified version. Let's go back into my app, and you see that it actually created the dist folder for us. And there's an app.js file, and if we open that up, you can see that it's completely minified. There's actually, I wanted to put comments in here just to show you. Let's say greeting var. Oops. Greeting function. Alright, so we'll save that, and let's run that again. Gulp. Okay, and if we open that app flap, you'll see that there's no comments, there's no white space, it's completely minified. Alright, and so in such a small amount of code. So Gulp is really good for tasks like this. Alright, now in the next video, we're going to make it so that we can use Sass. We can create SCSS files and then compile them to regular CSS files. Alright guys, we're back, and in the last video we made it so that we could minify our JavaScript. Now I want to be able to compile SCSS files or Sass files. Alright, so we're going to first just create a folder called SCSS, and inside there we're going to create a file. And we're going to call this app.scss and save that. And then we're going to open that up. Let's open it up with Sublime. Alright, now in Sass we can create variables and use them in our CSS. So I'm going to create a variable here called background color. And we're going to set that to black, and then let's set a color variable, and we'll set that to white. Alright, then we'll do body background color, set that to the variable background color, and color we'll set to the variable color. Alright, now obviously a browser isn't going to read this, so it has to be compiled down to regular CSS. Alright, so that's another thing that Gulp is really good for. So let's go ahead and go back to our Gulp.js file, and we're going to go right under the minified JavaScript task, and let's say compile Sass. Same thing, gulp.task. Okay, we'll just call this Sass, and then we're going to have a function. And just like we did with the minify, we're going to return gulp.source. Okay, now this time the source is going to be in the SCSS folder, and we want all SCSS files. Alright, and then we're going to say .pipe, and we're going to pipe the Sass function, and then we want our destination. So pipe, and then we'll pass in gulp.dest, and this time it's going to be in the CSS folder. That's where we want the compiled code to go. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. And then let's go over here and let's run Gulp. Actually, you know what? We didn't install the Sass plugin. So we need to say npm install gulp-sass, and let's add it to the dev dependencies. Alright, and while that's going, we're just going to go up here, create a variable called Sass, and set it to require gulp-sass. Alright, save that, and that should work. So now let's say gulp, and we need to add it down here. Okay, so now this will minify and compile the Sass files. Alright, so you can see that it ran, and you can see that CSS folder just popped up, and we have app.css, and if we open that up, it's just standard CSS. It has the white and black that are in the variables in the SCSS folder file. Alright, so that's how we can do that. Now let's create an index.html file in here. Alright, and we'll open that up. We'll add some standard HTML. Let's just say my app. And here we'll put an h1. Okay, now we want to link to that CSS file. And then we also want to link to our JavaScript file, which is in the dist. Okay, that's the compiled JavaScript. That's what we want to use. So script source dist/app.js. Alright, so we'll save that. And let's just run Gulp one more time over here. And then let's open up that index file in Chrome. Okay, so we get our pop-up, our hello world, and you can see we're getting the black background. Alright, so both the JavaScript file and the CSS file are both in effect. Okay, so if we were to edit, we don't want to edit the CSS file, we want to edit the SCSS file. Alright, so maybe we want to put font size, set that to 16 pixels, and down here we could say font size, save it. Now it's not going to work right away because we haven't ran Gulp, so it hasn't compiled. So let's go ahead and do that. reload. And let's see, is that 16 pixels? Doesn't look like it. Let's do a Control U and click on the CSS right here. Okay, so that is working. I guess that is 16 pixels. Let's make it a little bigger. We'll say 18. Okay, we'll have to run Gulp again. Alright, so now you can see that the font's a little bigger. Alright, so in the next video we're going to set up the JS hint Gulp plugin so that we can get hints when something's wrong in our code, if we're missing a semicolon or whatever it may be. Alright, so I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so now we're going to set up JS hint in our Gulp file. Now we're going to have to install two things. We need to install JS hint itself as well as the Gulp JS hint plugin. So we're going to say npm install js-hint. I think there's a dash. Actually, no, there's not. JS hint and then gulp-js hint. Alright, we'll add that to our dev dependencies. Alright, and let's go over here and bring that in. JS hint. Okay, we're going to require gulp-js hint. And then let's go down under where we have the compile SAS task. And we're going to say gulp.task. Call it JS hint. And then we're going to return gulp.source. And let's say js/star.js, so all JavaScript. And then we want to pipe okay, this will be in here we want to do JS hint.reporter. Alright, there's different reporters that you can use. There's even custom ones, but we're just going to use the default. So let's pass in default. Alright, and then that should do it. Alright, then we're going to go right down here and pass in JS hint. Alright, so let's save that. And let's see what happens if we run Gulp. Okay, so it ran JS hint. Now let's go to our JavaScript that's in the source folder. And let's go ahead and remove a semicolon right here. And we'll save, and then we'll run Gulp again. Okay, so that didn't do anything. Actually, you know what? I want to just call this hint, because that might be messing with some stuff. So let's do that. We'll do, yeah. So let's save that and try it again. Nope, still didn't catch it. Oh, I put JS/ this should actually be source/JS. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. Okay, so it says missing semicolon, and it gives us the line number and the column number. Now we can also, let's go ahead and, I just want to comment this say greeting out and comment the variable out here. And I want to see if that does anything. Okay, so that doesn't. Now we can add special, I guess, conditions in here as well. So we can do it in the format of a comment. So we can say JS hint, and let's say unused, we're going to set to true. And we'll save it. Let's run Gulp. And now you can see that it says say greeting is defined but never used. Okay, so this is a key value pair. Unused has to be true. Okay, so if you define a function, as we did here, say greeting, it has to be used. And there's a lot of different keys, key value pairs that you can use up here. All right, I'm not going to get into that. You can look into the JS hint documentation, but just know that you can do that. All right, let me just go ahead and fix this so we don't get any more errors. Okay, so Gulp, and all right, so we don't get any more errors. All right, so in the next video, I'm going to show you the Gulp web server plugin so that we can actually have our application run on a local server. All right, so the next plugin I'm going to show you for Gulp is the web server plugin, which allows us to run a dev server, and it even has live reload. So it's actually really nice for development. So we're going to install that by saying npm install gulp-web server, and we want to add save dev. Now I want to put all of our production files in a certain folder. So what I'm going to do over here is change this up a little. I'm going to create a folder called app, and we're going to move the CSS folder into that. We're going to move the index.html into that, and then we're also going to move the main app.js file that's compiled, alright, which is in the dist folder. Now I'm not going to move it because we can just get it recreated when we run Gulp, so I'm just going to delete the dist folder altogether. Alright, and then I think that should be it. So now we're going to have to change some stuff in here. Alright, so instead of going to the dist folder, we want the compiled JavaScript to go to app/js. Okay, and then down here we want this to go not to CSS but app/CSS. And let's see, that actually should do it. So let's save it, and then if we run Gulp and we go into the app folder, you'll see that we now have a JS folder with our compiled minified app.js file. Alright, now let's open up index.html, and we just want to change the location here. This is going to be, instead of dist, it's going to be JS, okay, because it's going into here. And then this can stay the same. So let's save that, and let's make sure that we can still run that. Alright, so now for the web server, let's go over to Gulp file, and we're going to bring that in. Say web server equals require web server, or Gulp web server. Okay, and let's see, we're going to go down here, and I'm just going to copy this. We'll change this hint to web server. Okay, now the source is going to be the app folder. Okay, and then let's see, we can get rid of this. And inside this pipe, we're going to get rid of the JS hint function, and we're going to say web server, and then pass in an object which is going to have the port number that we want. I'm going to say port 8000, and we can set live reload. Let's set that to true, and I'm also going to set open to true. Alright, and there's more options too if you want to look at the documentation. Alright, now let's go down here and add to this web server. Alright, we'll save it. Let's go back to our command line and say Gulp. Let's see. Alright, so I'm getting this error, and I think it's because I have something on... Oh wait, no. I think I may have something on that port right there, that 3.5, that live reload port. So that's why I'm getting that. You guys probably won't get that error. In fact, I'm betting if... No, that's fine. Alright, so let's just make sure that that works. So let's go localhost port 8000, and there it is. Alright, so we now have our application running on a local dev server. Alright, and if we were to change something here, we'll say, instead of my app, we'll say welcome and save it. And I think my live reload isn't going to work because of the port. But if I reload it, you'll see welcome. So these are just a couple of the many tasks that Gulp can run. So I would suggest that you look further into it. Look at some of the other plugins. There's a ton of them. There's integrations with all types of languages and technologies, frameworks. But that's going to do it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to install and use Grunt, which is another task runner, and it's very similar to Gulp. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to get Grunt set up, and then I want to create a task that will concatenate files for us. Alright, so we want to be able to create multiple JavaScript and CSS files and then merge them all into one file at the end. Alright, so in my projects folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it Grunt app, and I'm going to open up my git bash utility here, and of course you can use your standard Windows command prompt if you want, or your terminal. And what we're going to do is first install the Grunt CLI globally. Okay, so we want to say npm install -g grunt-cli. Alright, and that's the command line interface, and looks like I already have it installed. I'm pretty sure that's why I'm getting that message. Now what we want to do is we want to create a package.json file, so we're going to say npm init. Alright, and we'll just enter through these. Description, we'll say simple app using Grunt, say app.js, and then let's just enter through those. And that'll create a package.json file. Alright, so it should look like that. Now what we want to do is install Grunt locally. So we're going to say npm install Grunt, and we want to save it as a dev dependency. So we'll say save-dev, and let's run that. Alright, that's all set, and you can see it was added here as a dev dependency. So now what we're going to do is create a new file, and we're going to call this grunt file.js, just like we created a Gulp file. Same idea. Alright, let's open that up, and from here we want to say module.exports and set that to a function. And that function is going to get passed in Grunt as a parameter. Alright, now all of our tasks will go in here. So let's just create a test task just like we did with Gulp. We're going to say grunt.register task, and in here we want to name it. We'll say test, and then we're going to have a function that'll run when we run that task. Alright, and all we're going to do is just console.log, and we're just going to say test task ran. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and then if we go over here we should be able to say grunt test, and you can see that it says running test task. It does our console log and then gives us done when it's finished. Alright, so it's as simple as that to create a task, just like with Gulp. Now, Grunt has over 5,000 plugins. Alright, so that's what makes it really nice. We're going to be using one called concat. So we need to install that. So down here, let's say npm install, let me just bring this up. We'll say npm install, and it's called grunt dash contrib dash concat. Alright, we're going to add the save dev on the end here. So that'll install the concat plugin. Alright, and it should get added here as well. So now what we want to do is go back to the grunt file, and we're going to say grunt dash load npm tasks, and then we're going to pass in the name of the plugin, which is grunt contrib concat. Alright, now in Grunt it works a little different here. We need to create an init config function, and then all the configuration for every task we have is going to go in that. Alright, so let's go up here and say grunt dot init config. Alright, and then we're going to pass in an object, and let's say concat. And then we're going to put in here dist. And we just need to specify our source files and the destination file. Alright, so let's go over here and let's create a folder called source. Alright, and then inside source, let's create a folder called JS. And we're going to create a couple files here. We're going to create first.js. Second.js. And third.js. Alright, we're just going to add some stuff in here. Let's open these up. And in the first, we're just going to do a console.log. We'll say this is first, and then let's copy that and save it. And for this one, we'll say this is second, save it. This one will be third. Okay, so we have these three files, these three JavaScript files. So in here now, actually, you know what? Let's change this to JS. That can actually be anything you want. And then we're going to specify the source. And that's going to be, actually we don't need quotes there, it's going to be an array, and then we're going to pass in the locations, so source slash js slash first dot js. Okay, then we'll do our second dot js, and then we want the third. Alright, so that looks good. Now let's put a comma here, and then we want to specify the destination. Alright, so for that, it's going to be in a folder called dist, and then JS, and then let's call it app.bundle.js. Alright, so that looks good. Let's go ahead and save that. And let's go over here, and we'll run grunt concat. Okay, so you can see it created a dist folder and a JS folder, and in this app.bundle.js you can see that it merged all of our JavaScript files together. Okay, concatenated them together. So this is very helpful. And we could do the same thing with, let's say, a CSS files. If we go into source, we'll create a folder called CSS. And let's create first.css, and this will be second.css, and third.css. Alright, so let's open these up, and then let's go in first, and we'll just put in h1. We'll say color red. In the second, we'll do H2. We'll say color green. And in third, we'll say H3, color blue. Save those, and then let's go back into our grunt file, and I'm just going to copy this, and then let's call this CSS, and then just change this stuff around. CSS, change the extension, that. Alright, and then we want it to go to dist CSS app.bundle.css. So save that, and let's go back and say grunt concat. And now if we look in dist, we have a CSS folder, app bundle CSS, and you can see it has all of those styles together. Okay, so that's how we can concatenate files using grunt. Now if we want to not have to run concat and just run grunt, we can do that. We can go down here and say grunt dot register task, and in here we're going to call it default, and then the second parameter will be an array, and we're just going to pass in here concat. Alright, so let's go ahead and change something in the source. Let's just change first.css. We'll change it to the color to black. Okay, we'll save it, and then let's see, let's run grunt. That's it. Okay, we go into dist CSS, and you can see H1's now black. Alright, so that's how we can create a default task. So that's grunt. And hopefully you found this helpful and you'll use it in your future development. And thanks for watching. Alright, in the last video we set up a grunt task to concatenate JavaScript and CSS files. Now that's all well and good, but we're not going to want to have to run manually grunt concat every time we want to do it. We want to set it up in watch mode so that it's always watching those files, and then when we change them it's automatically concatenated. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is install the watch plugin. So we're going to say npm install, and it's going to be grunt-contrib-watch, and then we're going to add save-dev. Alright, so let's run that, and then we're going to go down here and copy this and paste that in, and then we're just going to change this to watch. Alright, and then we're going to have to add that up here in our config. So we're going to go after the concat, put a comma, and then we'll say watch. Set that to an object, and let's say JS. And inside here we're going to say files, and we want to say source slash source/JS. Let me just check this out, /JS, and then we want any JavaScript file, so we're going to say star.js. Alright, and then we want the tasks, and we want to run concat. Alright, and then we'll copy this, and then this will be for the CSS. So this will be source CSS, and then we want any CSS file and concat. So let's go ahead and save that. And actually, you know what we want to do is down here, that for default, we'll change that to watch. So that way we only have to run grunt. So let's say grunt. And you can see that it's now in watch mode. It says waiting, and it's just kind of hanging there. Alright, so it's waiting for us to make some changes. So let's go to second. Oh, that's the JS. Well, yeah, we can use the JS. We'll say this is the updated second. Save it, and you can see here that it actually ran the task. So now if we go to our dist folder and then JS app bundle, this is the updated second. Alright, let's make sure we can do the same with the CSS. So we'll go to source, CSS, second.css, and let's change the H2 color to red. Save it. Okay, you can see it runs the task. Now if we go to our dist folder and then our CSS, you can see that H2 is now red. Alright, so we know that that's working. That's how we can set our tasks to watch mode. Now you may think that when it comes to testing and optimization that I'd have several different programs for you to look at. And that may have been true about 10 years ago, but now I can tell you that Google Developer Tools is pretty much the only thing that I use. It does that much. So we're going to be using Google Developer Tools, but all modern browsers have similar tools and functionality. So what are developer tools? They allow us to test, examine, and debug front-end code. They provide us access to the internals of the browser and the web application. Developer tools are different than website builders. They're not so much used to create, but to test code and examine code. And these tools can come as add-ons to the browser or as built-in features. And all of the main modern browsers, such as Chrome, Firefox, IE, Safari, they all have built-in tools now, which wasn't always the case. I may be wrong, but I think Firebug for Firefox was the first major built-in developer tool released. Alright, so before developer tools came along, coding was much harder and debugging was much harder. We had to do things like alert calls to test values instead of just logging them to the console. The browser gave you minimal errors, which, if they even gave you errors, and sometimes you'd have a line number and sometimes you wouldn't. Sometimes it would give you the wrong information or the wrong line number. We had to use third-party debuggers, which might have been nice, but they were really difficult to work with and integrate. And Browser Developer Tools fixes all of this stuff and gives us much more to work with. So here's some benefits to Google Developer Tools, or pretty much any developer tools. It doesn't have to be Google. Many of them do the same exact thing. Full console logging. Alright, so the console works as a logger as well as a command line interface where we can run JavaScript. We can edit code in real time. We can also edit the source files so we can actually make permanent changes. DOM element selecting, we can select any element in the page and get that HTML. We can optimize with profilers. There's a powerful JavaScript debugger where we can add breakpoints, we can pause the code, and so on. Resource viewers, we can view the local storage, all the cookies that are saved in the browser, things like that. And then there's also network and analytic tools as well, so we can optimize the speed of our page. Alright, so inspecting and editing code, you can see a screenshot here. We can inspect all the HTML, all the CSS, and we can also edit it. So we can add, remove HTML elements, attributes, CSS styles. We can move elements around. We can edit links, search code. Okay, these are just some of the things we can do in this console. So working with the JavaScript console, we can log diagnostic information, and it's also used as a shell prompt, which can be used to interact with the document. Alright, so we can actually grab elements in the document through JavaScript, and we can do different things with them. Debugging JS, and we can quickly discover the cause of the issue and fix it. Makes debugging much less painful. You can see down here we can set breakpoints, and when we get an error, it'll show us the line number. It'll show us the exact spot in the code where the error is, and we can actually edit the code there in real time. So we can also improve network performance, and we can look at the different requests that our browser makes. This provides insight into the resources that are requested and downloaded. We can identify requests that take longer than expected, and then we can fix them. And this helps optimize your web page speed and reliability. We also have the ability to create audits, which analyze pages as they load. These provide suggestions and optimization for speeding things up. Alright, so we can improve rendering performance as well with the timeline tab. We can see the most of the load time is being spent. Events are then plotted on a timeline. Storage inspection. Okay, so if we're using HTML5 database or local storage, session storage, cookies, app cache, web SQL, and IndexedDB, if we're using any of those technologies, we can actually manage the saved data from within the, right here it's the resources tab, but I believe now it's the application tab. Alright guys, so we're going to jump in and take a look at Google Chrome Developer Tools. Now in this video we're going to focus on the element section. Now to open Developer Tools you can go to More Tools and then Developer Tools. That'll make it pop up. You can also click F12 by default and that'll make it pop up. Alright, now notice that we have a bunch of tabs up here and we're on the Elements tab right now. So that's used to inspect your elements, and I just have a very simple HTML page here. I have it open over here and I'll bring over the CSS. Let me see. Okay, so that should be the CSS right there. We just have some body styling, header with padding 10 pixels, and a container. Alright, the container is going to make it the width 80% and move it to the middle. Now if you look over here you can see we have the body styling, and it tells you the file that it's in. Okay, it's in the style CSS. We have the body styling, but you'll see that display block and margin 8 pixels. That's not in my CSS. It's not in here. This is coming from the user agent style, the user agent style sheet, which is basically coming from the browser itself. Alright, so you will see styles that are added by the browser. Alright, now over here notice that when I hover over an element, it'll also it'll highlight up in the browser window as well, and you can see that we can extend these out and to see the rest of the code. Now we can also edit HTML and CSS right through here. So let's say for this div that wraps around that middle section, we want to add a class to that. So we're going to say add attribute, and then we'll put in class equals showcase. Okay, so now that has a div of showcase. Now if I reload the page, that's going to go away. It's not going to save it. This is more for testing and just to see how things look. Alright, now we can also add CSS. If we go over here and say new style rule, and it says dot showcase, notice that it started out with the dot showcase because we have it highlighted over here. Alright, and then let's put some styles. We'll put some styles in here. Whoops. Alright, so let's say background. Click enter. That'll bring us over to the value. And for the value, I'm going to put a hexadecimal value in, which is C36CB0. Okay, it gives us a purplish color. Alright, and then we'll click enter. Let's make the text white, so we'll say color white, and let's see, we're going to add padding. We'll say 100 pixels top and bottom and 10 pixels left and right, and let's do font size 21 pixels. Alright, so now we have some styling in the showcase. I also want to add style. I want to change the font size for the H1, so I'm going to add a new style rule, and we're going to say showcase H1, and we'll say font size, and let's change that to 60 pixels. Alright, now I'm going to add style for the header as well. So if we click on header, over here we already have a style declaration for header, so let's click in there, and I just want to add a background, and that's going to be a hexadecimal value. It's going to be 450 and A38, okay, which gives it a dark purple, and then we'll change the color to white, and there's our header. Alright, let's see what else we want to do. Let's make the list items look a little better. So I'm going to go to where we have the UL, And let's go ahead and add an attribute here. And let's give it an ID of list. Okay, and then over here we'll say new style rule, UL list. It's already there for us. And let's give it a list style of none. And we'll give it a padding. Let's give it a padding of 20 pixels, and then also a background of a hexadecimal value CCC. And let's see. Oh, you know what? I wanted to do the list item, so I'm just going to change this right here to UL list LI. Okay, and then we're just going to add a margin as well. We'll do margin bottom. Okay, so margin bottom, let's say 10, and we'll do 5 pixels. Alright, so there's our list items. Okay, so it looks better. This is really nice for testing and just seeing what things would look like in real time without having to go into your file, save it, go back to the browser and all that. Now we should be able to move items around too. You'll see we have the list items. Let's go down here, and let's say we want to move this one down. We can actually drag it, and we'll bring it down. Whoops, there we go. No, it didn't bring it down. Oh, there we go. So now you'll see that item 1 is now right here. So we can move things around. It gives you a lot of flexibility and freedom when you're working with HTML and CSS. We can also view this in other views, for instance, a tablet or a mobile device. If we click that, so you'll see that this is at 600 by 382, but we can change this. Let's say we want to look at it at 400, and it'll make it smaller. The height, we can change that as well. Alright, so 400 by 694, and we can do different zoom. We can zoom in. Alright, we can actually view it on different devices. If you want to see what it would look like on a Galaxy S5 or a Nexus 5X. Alright, because they can vary slightly. Different applications and different websites can look different depending on what device you're looking at them on. Alright, so that can be very helpful if you're developing a mobile app or something like that. We can also hide elements. So let's say we wanted to hide the UL. If we go, we say hide element. Okay, that'll get rid of it. And we can go back and uncheck it. You can also delete elements. Let's say we wanted to get rid of this list item. Say delete element. Now there's only 3. What else? We can collapse, expand. We can copy. If you want to copy the elements, markup. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. And we can flip around through elements down here as well. Just gives us a nice layout of the DOM. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and stop here. I will include the initial HTML and CSS as well as the HTML and CSS that we just added. I'll include both of them in the program files. Alright, because if we reload, you'll see that it goes away. It's just basically used for testing, things like that. There are ways to add a workspace using sources down here to make it so that your changes get saved, but I'm not going to go into that right now. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video, and I will see you in the next. Alright guys, so in the last video I showed you how we can edit our HTML and CSS from right in the Elements tab. Now, that's great for testing and things that are going to be temporary. But what if you want to save it to your actual file? What if you want these changes to be permanent? Then for that, we can go to our Sources tab, and you can see we have a file structure over here. Now, if I go and I try to edit something in this index.html by default, I can't. Okay, it's not letting me change anything. Alright, I can highlight, but I can't type anything. So what we have to do is add this to our workspace. So over here on the sidebar, this is the folder right here that contains the index.html and CSS. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say add folder to workspace, and then I'm going to find it on my in my disk here. So let's see, I have it. Where do I have it? C drive and projects DevTools sample 1. And I'm going to click OK. And now, up here, let's see, DevTools request full access. We're going to say allow. And now I can type in here. Alright, so now we can edit it right from Chrome. Now let's go down to this div, and we're going to make the same changes we made in the last video. We're going to add a class of showcase. Alright, and notice that there's a star next to my index.html. That indicates that we can save the file. So if I do Control S, that star goes away. So if we go and reload now, and look at the source over here, you can see that the div has a class of showcase. Alright, so let's go back over and let's add the rest of our edits here. Alright, so the only other thing I want to do in the HTML is add an ID to UL. I'm going to add an ID of list, and we can go ahead and save that. Alright, and now let's go to the CSS and open up style.css, and we should be able to edit this. Alright, we're going to go and add .showcase, and let's see, let's throw in a background, and let's say color white, and let's give it a padding of 100 pixels by 10 pixels, and a font size, we'll do a font size of 21 pixels. Okay, and then we'll click save. Now it doesn't update right away, but if I reload, you'll see that it does update. And notice that when I reload, there's another style.css. This is kind of a staging file, alright, so we can make changes here that won't actually change to the disk. But I'm going to just X that out, and we're going to directly edit this one. Alright, so let's add to the header here. I'm just going to paste in a background and a color, and let's make that white. Alright, and then we're going to just add, let's see, the showcase H1. I'm going to give that a font size of 60 pixels. And let's see the list. Let's do the list items. So we have a UL with the ID of list, and we want to style the list items. Okay, and I'm just going to grab my CSS and paste it in. Alright, so let's do a Control S to save, and then if we reload, you'll see those changes have been made. Alright, so this gives us a way to use Chrome to actually edit the source code that we have on disk. Alright guys, so whenever you visit a website or an application, your browser is making all kinds of requests. Requests for the HTML, the CSS, JavaScript, and so on. Chrome Developer Tools allows us to view a timeline of requests, and we can identify bottlenecks and other issues. Alright, we can tell the file sizes, how long everything takes to load, and so on. So what I have here is, let's take a look at the folder with the application. So we have our index file and then a JS folder, a CSS folder. Inside CSS, we have a simple style sheet, which I just have a body style on. We have Bootstrap CSS, which I got from getbootstrap.com. In the JS folder, we have our script, which is just this. I just put a function, a greet function, variable, call function, and a random loop. Alright, doesn't really matter. We're just testing the speed of the page. Alright, then we have jQuery and Bootstrap.js, the non-minified versions. Alright, so let's go ahead and run this. Now I'm running it in a server, a live server, so all we have to do is, as long as you have live server installed, just say live server, and I'm going to use port 8000. Alright, so let's open up Chrome Tools, and let's click on the Network tab. Alright, so down here you can see all of our files aren't loaded, so we're going to just refresh everything by holding Shift and then clicking Reload. And now you'll see that all of the files pop up down here. Alright, so if we look at these, you'll see that this is the index page. Okay, this is the root document, the index HTML, and you'll see that it has a status, and 200 is the status for all of these, and that means okay, everything went okay. If there's an error, like maybe there's a 404 error, which would give you a 404 status, or maybe a 500, which is basically non-reachable. Gives us the type, so this is a document, style sheet, script, initiator, which is where it's linked, which is our index. The size, okay, you can see, so the HTML is 1.8 kilobytes, the Bootstrap is 143, jQuery script is 261 kilobytes, so that looks like that's the biggest. And then it also gives us the time that it takes to load. Alright, so this whole script, this index took 11 milliseconds, jQuery took 10 milliseconds, and this timeline is basically just a visual representation of the speeds. Alright, so they're all relatively the same. And then down here you can see that it took 155 milliseconds to load the entire thing. Alright, so your goal is to get that number down when you're creating an application and you want to optimize the best speed possible. So that's what we'll try to do. Now up here you can also filter through the different types of files, all the JavaScripts, all the CSS, and so on. Alright, so let's go. I want to download a plugin for Chrome called PageSpeed. PageSpeed Chrome. I think it's called, yeah, PageSpeed Insights. Oh, I don't want that. I want this right here. Alright, and we'll just say add to Chrome, add extension. Okay, so now you can see the little button up here. Now this is telling us that there's going to be an icon in Developer Tools. So if we go back, it's not here yet. We have to restart Developer Tools, so let's close it out. And I'm going to reload the page and then bring it back in. And now you'll see we have a page speed tab here. So if we click on that, we're going to go to this red button here that says Start Analyzing. And this basically gives us some tips. Alright, so I'm not going to enable compression, but I do want to check out the minify JavaScript. And it's basically telling us that if we minify our jQuery file, we could save around 125 kilobytes, or 49% reduction. If we minify Bootstrap, 22 kilobytes, 33% reduction. Alright, for the CSS, if we minified Bootstrap CSS, we could save 17 kilobytes. Alright, so you can see that there are ways that we can enhance our application speed. Alright, now we could minify files ourselves. In fact, I'm going to show you how to minify the script.js file. We're going to use a tool called Closure. Alright, so you could put the URL, but we're working on a local machine, so I can't do that. So let's copy that and just paste it in here. And then we'll click compile. And then it gives us the output over here. You'll see the original size is 180 bytes. And the compiled size is 123 bytes. Now this is so small that you probably wouldn't want to compile this, but I'm just showing you that you could. Alright, so we paste that in like that. Save that. Now for jQuery and Bootstrap, I guess we could run it through there. I mean, there are minified versions we can download, but just as well we can do it through here. So let's grab, let's see. Let's grab Bootstrap.js. I'm going to just copy everything and then we'll paste it in here. And let's say compile. And let's see, original size 14 kilobytes, compiled size 9.6 kilobytes. Alright, so let's go ahead and, whoops. Let's see, I want to select all of this. Wait a minute, what are those warnings? Result of parse operator. That's kind of weird. Alright, you know what? Let's actually just download the minified versions just want to make sure nothing gets messed up. Alright, so let's say get Bootstrap. Alright, so let's close that out and I'll go back over here. I'm going to delete Bootstrap and jQuery from the application, and we're going to bring in the Bootstrap min.js. Alright, and then we'll also bring in the Bootstrap min CSS. Okay, now we'll go to jQuery. And let's grab the compressed version. Alright, and we'll bring that over to, bring that to JS. Alright, now we just need to change the index file. So this will be bootstrap.min.css. And let's see, this should be .min and .min. So let's save that. And now let's go back to our application and reload, or do a shift reload. Go to network, and now it looks like we got it down to 131 milliseconds. Oh, 126, 25. Alright, so we're in the 125 to 130 range, it looks like. So we did get it down a little bit. If we look at the jQuery file, you can see it's down to 7 milliseconds. I think it was 11 before. Alright, now these are very small, minor changes or optimizations. Let's see what page speed gives us. Alright, so now it gives us an 84 out of 100 instead of a 67 or whatever it was. Enabling compression. I'm not going to do that, but we could compress the files, I guess. But I think that we got it down pretty good. So I just wanted to kind of introduce you to the network tab and show you the kind of information that it can give you. And if you're working with large JavaScript files, you're probably going to want to look into minifying them. Alright, so that's going to be it. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Alright guys, so we went over the elements, the inspection, all of that. Now I want to move on to the console. So I have two blank files here, index.html and script.js. Alright, now for the console, we're going to click on the console tab. And the console is basically it's a logger, and it's also a command line interface. Okay, we can actually type commands in here. So we could say console.log hello, and it gives us back hello. And then the undefined is just because it's not actually returning anything. Alright, and there's a few options in, let's see, let's go to settings and go down to console. You'll see there's some messages here, some preferences, hide network messages. You can log XHR requests, show timestamps, autocomplete from history, enable custom formatters, report events that are blocked for too long, and preserve the log upon navigation. So you have a couple preferences there. Now we can clear the console with the clear function. We can also say console.clear. That'll do the same thing. Now we can filter the different types of logs. So this little filter icon here, and the default is going to be all, so all logs. But we can filter it to errors, warnings, information, logs, debug, and handled. All right, so we have these different levels of filters that we can apply. All right, so let's go to index.html. I'm just going to create just a basic HTML document. All right, let's just say sample app, and we'll put an H1. Give it an ID of title. Okay, then we'll just put a paragraph, and we'll say this is my sample app to test the console. Okay, we'll save that. Now I have a script.js file, so let's go ahead and include that. Actually, we're going to include that down in the body. So source script.js. Alright, now we can run any JavaScript that we want in this console. So for instance, you saw the console log, we can even say alert, and we can run that, and you see we get this alert pop up. We could do, for instance, a loop. We could do a for loop. Okay, so if we said var I is equal to 0 as long as I is less than 10, then I plus plus, and let's just console.log I. Alright, and you'll see that it loops through and outputs 0 through 9. So just about any kind of JavaScript we can put in here. We can also work with the actual document. So if we say document dot, let's say query selector, and we'll say h1, and you can see that that gives us the HTML that's in the h1. We can also use get element by ID. So get element by ID, and we have the h1, which has an ID of title, and we can get that as well. We can even edit what's in the actual element. So for instance, if we say document dot get element by ID title dot inner HTML equals, and let's put in an h1, and we'll say hello. Okay, run that, and you can see that that has now replaced the h1 element, or the title element. Now, a shorter way to access elements through the console is with a bling. Okay, just like jQuery uses, we can use the bling, which is the $, and if we just say in here h1, that'll give us the h1. We can also say ID title, that'll give us the same thing. There's also an inspect function we can use. So if we say inspect bling h1, that'll just highlight that application up here, and it'll also bring us to it in the Elements tab. Alright, and there's also a record kept of the blings. So if we say $0, that gives us 0, $1 gives us body. So the different elements we select actually get saved. Now if we go to, let's clear this out, and if we go to the script.js file, we can log from here as well. So console log, save that, reload, and we get hello world. Alright, so back before we could use Chrome tools, we would have to maybe alert, have to do alerts to see the value of a variable, which can be kind of a pain and just not as efficient as just being able to log it. Alright, we can also log errors. So if we say console.log, and we'll say there was an error. If we reload that, that gets shown up as an error. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to do console.error. Alright, so there you can tell it's an error because it's red, and it also, you can access the script and the line number. Alright, so you would have some kind of conditional here, testing to see if something was true or false, and then if it was false, for instance, you could send out an error. Alright, let's see. We can also get errors from our script. So for instance, let's say var, we'll say var foo, and we'll set that to null. And then let's try to console.log foo.length. Okay, so if we save that and we reload, we get an error that says cannot read property length of null. Alright, and it gives us the file name and also the line number. Alright, and if we click on that, it'll actually take us in the sources tab, it'll take us to that actual line that's producing the error. So you can see how helpful this is for debugging. Alright, and we can even edit it from here. Now that we see what the problem is, we can go and let's add this to our workspace. And let's just find the folder, which is in C drive, and then projects, dev tools, and sample 2. Okay, and then we just have to click allow so that we can actually edit it. And now what we'll do is we'll just say if, and we're going to wrap the console log. We'll say if foo is not equal to null. Okay, that'll fix the issue. And then we'll do a Control S and save, reload, and now we're not getting an error. And if we go over here to our file, now you'll see that it was actually updated. So this is a really helpful workflow for debugging. Now another really handy tool in the debugger is breakpoints. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go over here and add some console logs. Okay, so we'll just do 1 through 5. Alright, so 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's save it. And if I reload, obviously we're going to just log 1 through 5. Now, let's go over to sources, and what I want to do is add in a breakpoint. So I want it to end right here. So I'm going to put a breakpoint right after it, and then what we'll do is reload. And if I look in the console, you'll see that we only get 1. Okay, the script is paused. You can see right here it says paused in debugger. Alright, and if I click the resume, it'll just resume the rest of the script. Alright, so if I add another breakpoint, let's say right here, actually we'll just add one there and here. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload. If we look in the console, we get 1. We're paused in the debugger. We can resume it here. We can also go right here and resume it. So if we look now, we have the console log 2. Resume it again. We have the 3. We can resume it again from up here, and it executes the rest of the script. Alright, so you can handpick where you want your script to stop and start. Now, sometimes you might be using a script that's just a mess. That's, for instance, a minified script like jQuery. It's all bunched together on one line, and it's just a mess. So what you can do in that situation, let's just, I'm just going to add some spaces here. Alright, so let's save that. Alright, so you can look down here, and this obviously isn't ideal to work with. So what we could do is just click this right here, this pretty print. Click that, and it makes everything come together nicely. Okay, it opens another tab here that says formatted. So you want to use that if you're using some kind of minified script or just messy code in general. Alright, just undo that. Alright, now to clear this out, to have it stop pausing, we just want to clear out the breakpoints. And reload, and now everything should be running as normal. So as you can see, all of your debugging can be done from Chrome. You don't actually need any kind of third-party tool or anything like that. It's very rare that I use something to help test or fix my JavaScript code other than Chrome. So we're going to go ahead and stop here, and I'll see you in the next video. So there's multiple ways to store data inside the browser, inside the client. And the Google Chrome tools gives us a way to see the data that's stored. Okay, so it used to be in the Resources tab, but they seem to have changed it to the Application tab. So if we click that, you'll see on the left here, we have under Storage, Local Storage, Session Storage, IndexedDB, WebSQL, and Cookies. So these are all ways that you can store data in the browser. Okay, so let's start with local storage, and we have used this in the past in this course. What I'm going to do, if we look at it now, you can see that there's no key value pairs stored in local storage, and we can actually set them from the console. So if we say local storage dot set item, and we set foo to bar and run that. Now if we go back to application, Now you'll see under local storage we get foo for the key and value is bar. Alright, and we can get that as well if we say local storage dot get item foo gives us bar. Alright, and of course we can get it from our file too. I have just an index HTML with the linked script.js file. Alright, so let's go local storage, and we'll set another item here. Set item, and we'll set name to John Doe. Okay, and then we'll just console.log, and we'll say get item name. Alright, so if we reload, oops, I'm in the wrong file. This is actually sample 3. Okay, so now down here you can see we get John Doe. Now we can also change the key from the application tab. So what I'll do here is for the name, let's actually say edit key, and we'll change it to person. Okay, so now let's comment this out so that it doesn't set name again, and let's get person. Reload, and we should still get John Doe. Alright, so that's local storage. Now session storage works pretty much the same exact way, the same API. The only difference is you use session storage instead of local storage. So let's go ahead and copy this, and I'm going to comment that out. And instead of local storage, we'll say session storage, and let's change this to greeting, and we'll change this to hello world. Alright, then we just want to log it. Greeting, reload, and now if we look under session storage, there's our greeting. And of course we can change the key again. We'll change it to greet, and we'll change this right here to greet, and we should still get hello world. Okay, so that's how we can store and access local storage and session storage. Alright, now notice we also have an area for cookies. So to save a cookie in JavaScript, we can use document.cookie. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll say document.cookie, and let's pass in here, whoops, no, we're not going to do that. We just want to set it equal to, and then we can have key value pairs. We'll say name John Doe. Alright, and then we'll create a variable, and we'll set it to document.cookie, and then let's console.log x. Alright, now if I run this, we look in the console, there's nothing there, and if we look in application under cookies, there's nothing there. The reason for that is when we're using Google Chrome, it won't set the cookie like this because we're just in a file. We're not serving this page from a host. Alright, so let's go ahead and install a really easy to use web server. So I'm going to open up my command line in my sample 3 directory, and we're just going to install a module called live server. So you want to say npm install g live server. Alright, just run that. I already have it installed, so I'm not going to run it. And once you do that, you can just say live server, and I'm going to set my port equal to 8000 because the default is 8080, and that port's being used on my system. It may be being used on yours as well. So if we run that, it's going to open up the page in a server on port 8000. Now if we go and look in our console, now you can see it's giving us our cookie of name, which is John Doe. Alright, and if we go to application, go down to cookies, click on that, and you'll see it right here. Alright, and we can see different things. We can see the expiration, the domain, the path. Alright, so we can see different things about each cookie that's stored on the system. Alright, now the last storage method I want to show you is WebSQL. which is a client-side SQL database. There's also IndexedDB, but that's a little more complicated, so I'm not going to get into that. But just know that you can also see those values as well. Alright, so let's open up the Sublime again. And I'm just going to comment this out. Alright, and then what we're going to do here is create a database. And for that, we'll say var mydb and set that to open database. And let's pass in here test db. So it takes in a name, a version, we'll say 0.1, and a description, we'll say test database, and then the size, which I want to be 1 megabyte. So let's do 1024 multiply 1024. So that'll create the database. Then we want to create a table. Oops. And for that, we can take the MyDB and we can call .transaction and pass in a function. Okay, we're going to pass along a T right here. And then we can say t.execute SQL. And in here we'll say create, actually put this on all caps, so create table if not exists. You can create a table called users, and we'll say ID, which will be integer, primary key. And let's see what else we want to do. Let's do name. We'll just have an ID and a name. So the name will be varchar. And you should, if you've gone through the course already and you've gone through the SQL chapter, then you should know what this is. It's just like MySQL. Alright, so that'll create the table. Then finally let's insert a record. So we'll say mydb dot transaction. Same thing, pass in a function, pass along a T, and we want to t.execute SQL. And in here we're going to do an insert. So we'll say insert into users, name, and then values. We're going to use a placeholder here, go question mark, and then we're going to pass in an array with a value. So we'll say John Doe. And actually we need to put a comma right here. Alright, so let's save that, and we'll go and reload. And now if we look under WebSQL, you can see there's a testDB database, there's a users table, and I actually submitted it a couple times. I reloaded it a couple times, so that's why we're seeing 4 of them. You should only see 1 if you only did 1 reload. Alright, but if I keep reloading it, you'll see that it'll add again. Alright, so we know that that's working. Like I said, I'm not going to get into IndexedDB, but these are all methods that you can use to store data in your browser, and you can see them, you can kind of manage them a little bit through Google Developer Tools. Errors are a huge part of debugging in PHP, and we're going to look at some of the different types of errors that are available. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about what errors tell us. Alright, so the purpose of an error in any language is to tell us what the problem is. If the script just broke with no extra information, it would be incredibly hard to diagnose the issue. So they tell us what's wrong, or at least try to estimate what the issue is. In most cases, they'll also tell us where the problem is, and this can include the file name, the location of the file on the server, and the line number. If this is because it's an include or a require, it may tell us the location of that file as well. The error may also tell us what element the error has to do with. So it could be a function or a class, variable, or anything else. And lastly, it will tell us what type of error it is, and the severity and the impact. So here's a list of the different types along with the constants that represent them. Alright, I'll go through them real quick here and then we'll go through each one. So E underscore error is a constant that represents a fatal error, and a fatal error actually causes the script to terminate. An E underscore warning error is a runtime warning that doesn't cause the script to terminate. An E underscore parse error is a compile time parse error or syntax error, and then E underscore notice is a runtime notice caused due to some error in the code. So let's look at fatal errors. These are caused when PHP understands what is written, but you're asking it to do something that can't be done. Alright, so some examples of this is trying to access an undefined function or trying to access an undefined class. Alright, and fatal errors will stop the execution of the script. And these are the most harmful because they stop the script, but they're usually the easiest to deal with. Because it does understand what you're trying to do. It's just telling you it can't be done. Alright, and here's an example of a fatal error. It actually says fatal error, and then the message call to undefined function tells you the function and gives you the location and the line number. There's also a couple different types of fatal errors. So startup errors is where the code can't be executed with the PHP environment due to the fault that occurred at the time of installation. Compile errors occur when we attempt to use non-existent data like file, class, or functions. Runtime errors will occur during execution, and these are similar to compile errors, except that compile errors are generated by ZendEngine based on the time of occurrence. Alright, so we also have parse errors, and these are caused by a typo in your code. Okay, parse errors only generate at compile time, and this could be things like missing a semicolon, having unclosed braces, brackets, or parentheses. And an example here, we have parse error. It says syntax error, unexpected T echo in, and then the location and the line number. So this would likely be because there's a missing semicolon and then you tried to echo something out. So an echo is somewhere where it shouldn't be. Warnings will not stop execution or halt script, and we have the three types of warning as well, same as the fatal. We have startup, compile, and runtime, and this can be due to missing included files or incorrect path names, incorrect number of parameters for a function, or a headers already sent error. Alright, and here we have an example where an included file can't be found. So warning, include, and then the file name. Failed to open the screen, no such directory or file, and then the file name and line number. So notices are similar to warnings. They warn you that this could cause an issue later on. They also will not stop the execution or halt the script, and these are a bit less severe than a warning. Alright, so if you're comparing a warning and a notice, a warning is basically telling you that something's wrong, the script's not going to stop, but you need to fix it. Notices are more like saying there's something in your code that could cause a problem later, so you should probably fix it. Alright, so things like trying to use an undefined variable or trying to use an undefined constant. Alright, and here's an example right here. We have notice, undefined index, my index, and then the file name and line number. Alright, so when we talk about enabling or disabling certain errors, if we want, for instance, if we don't want to show notices or warnings, which you probably wouldn't want to show on a production application or a production website, but when you're in development mode or debug mode, you want to show all errors. Alright, and you can do this within the code, within the page you're coding on, or you can do it from the ini file, from the main PHP configuration. And I would suggest enabling them in configuration, because if you're just doing it on the pages you're coding on, it's only applying to those pages. Alright, so you want to apply it server-wide. So the PHP ini file is usually in your PHP directory. I'm using XAMPP, so we're going to go to XAMPP PHP, and it should be in this right here, php.ini. So if we open this, I'm going to open it with Sublime. Okay, let me just bring it down here. Alright, now there's a whole bunch of stuff in this file, all kinds of modules that you can enable and all that. What we want to look at is error reporting. Alright, so if we look right here, this is all commented out. Display errors is very important. This is basically going to control if you want any errors displayed or not, and the default value is on. The development value is on, production value off. Okay, so you probably want to disable this if you're in straight production mode. Alright, now you can also choose to turn on and off startup errors as well. So we have display errors and display startup errors. Now error reporting is where we can get into the different types of errors. So all is going to show all errors. We also have this tilde notice. This is saying that we don't want to show notices. Alright, so this is basically saying no notice. Now strict and deprecated, these have to do with showing you errors if something is deprecated or not. And in this right here, this is basically saying show us all errors except notices and deprecated errors. Alright, and that's the production value. The development value is show everything. Alright, we also have HTML errors if we want to show those, log errors. I'm not going to go through the rest of this stuff because there's just a ton of stuff in this file. But let's find those options. So I'm going to search for display errors. Okay, so right here you can see that it's on. And notice there's no semicolon in front of this, so it's not commented out. This is active. Alright, and then I have display startup errors on as well. Let's see. Log errors is on. And let's see, we want to find error reporting. It should be around the same place. Alright, let's search for it. So, error reporting. Right here. Okay, so right now I have all errors except for deprecated and strict. Okay, which is fine. I just want to make sure I get notices, warnings, parse errors, and so on. Alright, so we're going to leave that as is, and this is a good setup for you to have for your development as well. And I mean, you could take off the deprecated and strict if you wanted to. I know that I'm not going to be working with any deprecated code, so I don't really care about that. Alright, so that's really all you need to know as far as error reporting in the PHP any file. So we're going to just go ahead and close that out. And now we're going to go into the server root, into htdocs, and let's see, I have dev. Where do I want to do this? Let's just create a new folder, and we'll just call it errors. And let's open up or create an index PHP file. Okay, and we'll open that up, and then let's also go to Chrome, and we'll go to http localhost/errors. Alright, so there's our index PHP file. Let's go ahead and snap that over. So let's do something to cause a notice. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to echo out test. Okay, and of course we need our PHP tag. Alright, so I'm echoing out test. Now notice I don't have quotes around it, so it's not a string. It's a constant. So we're going to save it, and let's reload. And we get a notice. It says use of undefined constant test. Assumed test. Okay, so it's basically assuming it as a string, even though we don't have quotes around it. Alright, so this would actually work. It's not going to halt the script. It's not going to change anything. It's just going to echo it out as a string. Alright, but it could cause problems later down the road. Now, there's also a way that we can disable errors or enable errors from the file we're in as well. So we know that PHP ini has all errors showing, but if we want to turn off all error reporting, we can do that. We can say error underscore reporting, and we can set this to 0. Alright, so if we go ahead and save that and then reload, you'll see that the notice is now gone and it's just outputting test. So this here isn't causing any problems aside from it's just echoing it out as a string. If we were to use this later on, it may cause an error. But this is generally the type of behavior you want on your production server. You don't want to have notices popping up when they don't need to. But you should at the same time look into it and fix the notice. Now if we want to turn on all error reporting, even if you have it off in your PHP ini, you can put in a -1. If we go and do that and reload, you'll see that we get the error back. Alright, but we already have it enabled in our PHP ini. Alright, you can also put the actual constants in here. So for instance, we can say e_all, save that, and it still shows us the error. We could put eall and tilde e_notice, and that's saying all except notices. So if we save that and reload, the notice goes away. Now we can also set, because if you recall, there's error reporting and then there's also displays errors property, which we can also toggle from within here. Alright, so we can do that with a function called ini_set, and that allows you to actually change php.ini values or options from within our script. So we can say ini set display_errors, and we can set that to off. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload, and you'll see we get no errors. Alright, even though our error reporting is on and it's set to display all errors, we're shutting the whole system off basically with this line. Okay, and of course if they're off on your server, you can turn them on here as well and it'll show them. Alright, and I should actually just code this, comment this stuff out so you guys can have it. There we go, how's that? Okay, now that's for a constant, and if we try to echo out a variable that we don't have, reload, you'll see that that's also a notice, okay, undefined variable. Now if we try to call a function, let's say myfunc, and we know that we didn't declare that function, so let's reload. That gives us a fatal error, okay, and that's going to stop the script from running. In fact, let me just show you. We'll just echo out here, hello world, save, reload, and you'll see that we don't get it because it stops the script here. If we were to do this, which is a notice, you can see that it doesn't stop, it still says hello world. Okay, it continues to move on even though it gets this error or this notice. Now for a syntax or parse error, let's say echo hi there, and let's leave off the semicolon. Okay, we reload that and we get a parse error. Alright, now notice we don't see hello world, and that's not because it stopped, it's just because it messed everything up because there's no semicolon. It doesn't know that this starts a new line. Alright, that's why we're not seeing hello world. So it does in fact break it, but it's not stopped by the error. So now let's see, well, we did a notice, we did a fatal, we did a parse. Now for a warning, let's try to include a file that's not there. So we'll include test.php, and let's save it. And now you'll see we're generating a warning. It says include test.php, failed to open stream, no such file or directory. And down here you'll see that hello world is running, so it didn't stop. Okay, it didn't stop the script. So those are ways we can generate the different types of errors. Now there may be times where you want to generate certain errors of certain types, and we can do that with a function called trigger error. Alright, so let's go down here and we're going to call trigger error. Okay, now this is going to take in two parameters. We want a message, so let's just say this is let's say this is a fatal error. Alright, so it takes in a message, and then it takes in the a constant, which is the type of error you want to create. Now for this we want to do e_user_error. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload. Okay, so now you can see that we caused a fatal error. It sends the message out, gives us the line number and the file name as well. Alright, so you might have some kind of conditional where you say if something is true, then do something. If not, then we want to throw a fatal error. Alright, so it can be very helpful. So let's generate some other types. So I'm going to copy that. And let's just change this. We'll say this is a notice. And we can change this to e_user_notice. Okay, reload, and you'll see we generated a notice, and the script keeps on executing. Alright, we can also do a warning. Change this to e_user warning. Save that, and now we have a warning. So you can see there's ways we can generate these errors. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and stop here, and in the next video we're going to take a look at some functions that are really handy when it comes to debugging and working things out. Alright, so when we're debugging, a lot of times we want a quick way to find out the value of something, alright, because oftentimes we're getting errors because variables or arrays or whatever it may be, they have the wrong value or no value at all. Alright, so of course we all know echo. Okay, so let's say let's create a variable here. We'll say foo equals bar, and we want to find out what foo is, so we just echo out foo. Okay, very easy, we all know that. Alright, now if it's an array, let's say foo equals an array, and we'll just put an array of numbers here. And if we do, first of all, if we say echo foo, it's going to tell us, it's going to give us a notice saying array to string conversion, and it's just going to print out array. So a handy function for that is print r. So if we say print r and we pass in foo, save that, that's going to spit out the array so we can see each and every value. Okay, I'm sure most of you know this, but it is still in fact a handy tool. Now sometimes you may be able to find the value of a variable, but you don't know what type it is. Alright, so for that you can actually dump the information about the variable using var dump. So we'll just pass in foo and save it. Whoops, what did I do? Unexpected end of file. Forgot my semicolon. So we generated an error. I meant to do that. Alright, so that gives us what it is. It gives us, prints out the array just like printr does. But it also gives us the type, and it also gives us the type of every value in the array. Okay, so that can be extremely helpful. So let's actually create an array of different types of data. So we'll say values, set that to an array. I'm just going to comment this out. So we'll put an integer, let's put a boolean, a string, what else, an array, and let's see, what am I missing? We can null, we can do an object. So if we create a quick class called foo, and we'll give it a private name and construct, which will take in, let's see, take in a name, and then we'll just say this name is equal to name. Okay, then we'll just instantiate an object. We'll say foo equals new foo, and we'll pass in Brad. Alright, and then we can just throw that in here. And then what we'll do is let's do a for each loop, and we'll loop through these values. Say values as val, and then we'll do a var dump of val. Okay, we'll comment that out. Save it, and let's reload. And unexpected name. Let's see, what did I do? Oh, I forgot the $sign. Okay, so you can see that it's printing out, or it's var dumping every value in that array. We have the integer, we have the Boolean true, the string, which also gives you the length. Okay, gives you the length of the string. Array, that also gives us the length, how many values are in the array. Null, and then we have our object, which also gives us the name here, what that is, the access modifier, which is private, and then what we pass in, which is a string with 4 characters. Alright, so that can be kind of helpful to loop through an array, through the values, and then get a var dump of each one. So I'm just going to comment this stuff out. Okay, now if you are a JavaScript developer, like myself, I work with a lot of JavaScript, and I really like using the console, okay, the Chrome console. Now, if you want to use this with PHP, I mean, there's some cases where you can, and you can set up a function, and let's call it console_log, and let's pass in here the data we want to log, and then we can echo a script tag, and then in here we can use, or we can echo console.log, and in here we want to concatenate a function. We want to use the JSON encode function, JSON_encode, and we can pass in the data that we pass in. And then let's say we want the value of something. Let's say we have a variable called foo, and that's bar. And then all we have to do is say console_log foo. And we can use this just like we would in JavaScript. Let's go ahead and reload, and down here it gives us bar. Alright, if this was an array, and we go ahead and log it, it gives us the values of the array, just like as if we were working in JavaScript. So that's something that is very helpful to me, that I like to use, and it's something that's very simple. Alright, now the next thing that I want to show you is the debug backtrace function, which can be really helpful. And what it does is it generates a PHP backtrace. It'll display data from the code that led to the debug backtrace function, and it'll return an array of associative arrays that include multiple elements, and it includes things like the current function name, the line number, the file, class if there is one, things like that. So let me give you an example here. And this code isn't going to do much, but I just want it to generate a backtrace. So let's say function A, which takes in text, and then it's going to call a function called B, and we'll pass in Brad, or whatever you want to pass in. And let's do function B, which also takes in text, and then we'll call a function called C, we'll pass in John, then we'll have a function called C, takes in text, and then we're going to do a var dump, and we want to var dump the debug backtrace function. Okay, and then down here we're just going to call A, and we'll pass in Tom. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that. So if we go and reload, whoops, unexpected line 32, I put another PHP tag in there. Alright, let's go ahead and run it. So it's giving us information on each one of these functions. I know it's a little hard to read. You can see that this one is, it's giving us the file name, it's giving us the line number 37, so it's giving us where it's called. So this is for C. Right here you can see C. Gives us the arguments, it has one argument, and it's the string John, and then it goes on to give us B, and then function A. Alright, so it just lets us know the origin of certain elements, which can be really helpful. Alright, so hopefully that helps you guys out a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and stop here, and I'll see you in the next video. PHP 5 and up uses an error exception model, much like in other languages, including JavaScript. An exception can be thrown and caught. We can surround a portion of code in the try block and then set up a catch block for any potential exceptions. Alright, so when an exception is thrown, code following that statement won't be executed, and PHP will look for the first matching exception. So let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. So we'll create a function called numCheck, and this is going to take in a number. Okay, then we're going to run it through a conditional. We're going to say if this number is less than 5, then we want to throw an exception. So throw new exception, and we want to pass in here a message. We'll say number must be above 5. Okay, and then right under the if statement, we're just going to return true. Alright, now let's try and run this. So we'll say numCheck, and let's put in 6, which is above 5, and we go and reload, and nothing happens. Okay, which is fine. Now if we put in a 2 and save it, we reload, we get a fatal error. Now under this, let's just echo out hello world, save it, reload, and you'll see that it doesn't run because, as you know, a fatal error stops the script. If we go put this back to 6, hello world runs. Now what we want to do is we want to throw this exception and get the error, but we want it to continue running the script after, okay, even though it's a fatal error. So what we can do is set up a try catch block. So instead of just running numCheck, we want to wrap it inside of a try. Okay, so right under this, let's just echo your number is above 5 and everything's okay. Now if the exception is actually thrown, we want to put a catch. Okay, actually no, I do want parentheses there because we have to pass in exception and passing in this E object. Alright, now what we want to happen in this exception is we want to spit out the error. So let's say echo, and we can take that E object and we can call get message. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload, and now we get your number is above 5, so everything is okay. Now if we put it back to 3 and reload, it says number must be above 5. Okay, so we're still throwing the exception, but we're catching it, spitting out the error, and then continuing on. You can see that it's now calling hello world. Alright, now we have access to other things aside from just the message. We can get the file name, we can get the line number, so we can format this like an error. So for example, let's say error, And then what we'll do is let's concatenate, and we'll get the file. So we can say E get file, and let's concatenate the line number. So we'll put parentheses, we'll say line, and then concatenate again. Oops. E get line, and let's put a colon right there and a space. Alright, that looks good. So let's save it and reload. What did I do? Oh, we didn't concatenate this right here. It needs a dot, period. Okay, so now we get this error, gives us the file name along with the line number, and then it says the error message, which is number must be 5, but it keeps on going, and we're able to echo hello world. Alright, so that's an example of an exception and a try-catch block. Alright, so I want to look at another special function called PHP info, and you've probably used this before. This function is used to check just about any config option, module, or setting in your PHP installation. So let's go ahead and run it. We're just going to type in PHP info, and that's a function, and we'll just reload, and it loads up this huge page. So there's no possible way that I could explain everything in this page. We'd be here for a day or two, and I probably couldn't tell you even half of what some of this stuff is. But we can look at some of the important and common settings. So this section here at the top is basically specification about your system. It tells us the platform. You can see I'm running Windows. Gives us the computer name. This says Windows 8. This is Windows 10, but I guess that's the highest that they can tell. The build date of the system, the compiler, which is Visual C++ 2012, the architecture of the system. This is the command that was ran when PHP was compiled from source. The server API, Apache 2, tells us the location of the configuration file, which is the PHP ini. That's in the XAMPP PHP folder. And then the rest of this stuff really isn't too important. We have the Zend extension, PHP extension. Down here we have more configuration for Apache. You can see the version, which is at this time 2.4.23, and the host name and port, which is localhost and port 80. Max requests. Let's see, the server root, which is XAMPP Apache. This gives us a list of all the loaded modules. You'll probably have a couple different modules than I do. The Apache environment, so this gives us all the paths. We have the temp path, the HTTP variables here, the host, the connection, things like that. Let's see, what else? Anything else important here? The document root, which is, of course, the htdocs folder. The server protocol is HTTP 1.1. Here we have some header information. Alright, so when you request a page, it sees this header information here. What else? And then down here we have these config values here. These are really important. Some of these are. So for instance, allow URL f open. What this does is if it's enabled, it allows us to write scripts that can open remote files like if they're local files. So for instance, if we want to use the file get contents function, which will retrieve contents of a web page, if we want to use that, this has to be set to on. Alright, and I believe the default value is on. Alright, we can also see the display errors, which we've worked with. Display startup errors, you can see that those are both on. Obviously you can't change anything from this page, but this shows you what's available in php.ini. Alright, let's see what else. File uploads, that's another important one if you want to allow uploads or not. And if you want to log errors, this is really important too, max file uploads. This pertains to the amount of file uploads that can go at once. So I think the default is 20. And what else? There's a couple other important options about uploads right here. Post max size. This is the maximum amount that can be posted, which is 8 megabytes. Now, if you're uploading files, this here needs to be higher than, where is it? Right here, upload max file size. All right, and this by default is really small. It's only 2 megabytes. So if you're uploading videos or something like that, this has to be much higher, somewhere around 64, maybe even 128 megabytes, depending on what you want uploaded. Now, when you're using a hosting provider, there's limits to this. I think 128 is common for a limit. Yeah, that might be a little high, actually. I'm not sure, but this has to be higher if you want uploads more than 2 megabytes, and then this also has to be higher if you want it above 8 megabytes. All right, and then there's another one that pertains to memory right here, memory limit. All right, so this is the amount of memory that a script is allowed to allocate. All right, so this helps poorly written scripts from eating up all the available memory on a server. All right, and if you set this to -1, that sets it to no limit. And this is another thing that has a peak on hosting providers. All right, I think 128 megs is quite a bit. So if you ever get a fatal error that says something like memory is exhausted, this is the setting that you want to look at, that you want to hire. All right, so those are the most important options here. SMTP port, your upload temp directory, which is by default xampp temp. And that's really all I need to go over here. So if we scroll down a little more, we'll start to see configurations for separate modules, such as curl. You can see curl is enabled. What else? GD, this has to do with images and thumbnail generation, things like that. FTP, we have FTP support enabled. JSON is enabled. Mcrypt has to do with encryption. MySQL, of course, and MySQLi, which is MySQLi improved. And we have some information for that, such as the port, which by default is 3306. And you can change this stuff in your config files. Let's see, that's OpenSSL, PDO. This tells us we have a PDO extension. We can use PDO with MySQL, Postgres, and SQLite. All right, and then here's some session information. We have session support enabled and a bunch of variables for that. And then this is just other modules. Okay, environment. This is the environment that of our system. You can see it gives us the program files path, gives us the computer name, things like that. PHP variables. This is all the server superglobals. The root, document root, things like that. And then just credits for module authors and so on. And that's about it. All right, so yeah, I didn't go over even a fraction of this stuff, but a lot of it's not really important or not relevant to things that you'd be doing. All right, now we can also load just separate parts of this page if you want. So for instance, if we want just the general info, we can say info _ general, and that just gives us just the system info here. We can also do info configuration, which I do quite a bit if I want to see the memory limit or the upload limits, things like that. We can do info modules if you want to see just for the separate modules. Okay, what else? Variables. Info variables gives us all these server variables, and then we can do info all, which I believe gives us the same thing as if we don't pass any parameters. Looks like it. All right, so that is PHP info. So if you ever want to know anything about your installation or the modules you have installed, that's the function you want to call.